Oh, what up, Dick? Yeah, we back. We are back. Yeah, I got so drained of Grim Dawn when I went back to it. Like, that's my problem with games. Like, I jump into it on my first initial jump in. I'm like super addicted. I'm super happy with it. I'm like so into like the whole learning experience and trying to figure things out and reading about it and digging in pretty deep, right? And then the more I play it, slower. I mean, the lower my ambitions for it become, right? And I have less to learn and less to figure out, but I'm still learning, I'm still enjoying, I'm still having fun. The second I stop playing it and I switch to something else, I then, stop thinking about it. I start playing my other thing, and then I'm like, yeah, I can't wait to go back to, can't wait to go back and go back to it. And all of my ambition, all of my willingness to read and, to put effort in is just gone. And that's usually my indication that I know I'm kind of just done with the game for a while. And I don't really have any ambition to put any effort into it, right? Like I need to go move on to something else. And that's kind of what happened with Grim Dawn. I really liked it. I had a lot of fun with it. And not hit done. Oh, I guess I didn't hit done for my stream title. Sorry, the stream title was incorrect. There it goes. Yo, what up, Thor? So that's kind of what happened, right? I went back to it yesterday and I leveled up a few times. I had 6 points, and I'm looking at my points and I'm looking at my tree, and I'm like, yeah, that ain't happening. And then I looked at my devotion tree and I had 15 points. I'm like, yeah, that really isn't happening right now. And then when I tried to pick something up and it said I was full, I looked at my inventory and I said, yeah, ain't no way I'm changing out my gear today. So I at that point I knew I was just done. Right? Like I liked the game, I enjoyed it. I still think it'll be a fun game to continue playing at some point. But I don't know if it's just that character I'm just bored of, because obviously I've been playing that character for like almost 2 weeks of streaming. And it's a fun character, but I'm running into a lot of problems with it because I don't have certain gear pieces to like convert it or to like juice it. And obviously without Googling where to get the pieces from, the odds of me finding the pieces are pretty slim. So it's just I kind of just have no ambition to grow that character at this point. So that's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of just killed it for me altogether. But welcome in, Thor. How was your day? How'd you sleep? Hopefully you slept. I appreciate you stopping in with us. What is your plans for the night, Dig and Thor? I am on a little late though. You didn't sleep? Oh no! That's not good. As I say, that means you're gonna go to bed probably early or soonish to try and get some sleep, because yeah, no sleep is no bueno. Alright. Anyway, so if you're wondering what we're doing, currently eating, but we're waiting on this to update at the same time. So when this is done updating, we'll launch in. We'll change our stream title to match the actual level, because I'm guessing I'm like 62, maybe 63. I'm even possibly 64, 65, but I know I'm in the 60s, kind of on the lower end of 60s. I don't think I pushed past 65 last time, but we'll be yeah, we'll jump back in. I think we do need to find some quests in Moria that we missed, in a couple zones. I have a couple deeds that I need to do X amount of quests in certain zones, and I wasn't able to find them. I'm 65. Okay, thanks. And it is Glamdring, right? Dig. I was taking a guess at that. Um, yeah. So there's a few quests I need to somehow find to finish some deeds inside of Moria. And then once those deeds are done for the quest, I don't care if I do every quest, obviously. I just want to do majority of the quests that I can find, and as much of the dungeon ones as we can find and stuff. Oh, but we're gonna probably hold off on the dungeon ones until we're probably. What do you say, Dig? You want to go back and try them at 75, or do you want to try them at like 80? Um, to try and just bust those out and get the quests done in the dungeons that we were struggling with. Uh, but I'll move on to the outside zone because I pretty much finished almost all the inside zone except for some of the Slayer deeds, which I'll do in dungeons on some of them. So some of the Slayer deeds I'm probably gonna ignore for now, and then some of the deeds for exploration and the quest ones will get done on the inside before we move outside. Yeah, we're definitely gonna hold up for a bit because like if we're 65 and we're getting stomped, um, I'm wondering like because I'm assuming Moria pumped the max level to either 65 or 70. So if that's the case, we should definitely get past that threshold if we're at capped. So that's why I was saying like 75, possibly even 80. And then going back. Because having like 80 gear and being level 80, going back into like a 60 or 70 zone or whatever might be enough. Might not be, in all honesty, but we can hold off and wait and try, you know? Shouldn't be too big of a deal. Honestly, I don't think it'll take too long. If we're holding off on a lot of the dungeons doing that, I think we're going to have that same dungeon weight in most zones as we get higher. Because I feel like the higher we get, the harder it's going to be to duo them. Unless we're over leveled. Oh god, I need to remember what my password is. Yeah, it is Glamdring. Okay, so Glamdring, it's been a month since I played. That's crazy. Alright. Did you finish most of the deeds, Dig, in Moria? Like, obviously we did a lot of the Slayer deeds and stuff, but did you finish all the other ones, like the quest ones and the ones where it's like, do X amount of quests in this zone or whatever, blah blah blah. Did you do all those and the exploration ones? Nice. Okay, yeah, I think I only have a few more left. Obviously I want to pull up the I am 65. Okay. Thank you for that. Hmm. Save that. Update. Okay. All right. Those were all updated. We'll launch in. But yeah, it's just I gotta like I said, I'm gonna have to pull up the wiki to make sure I didn't like obviously. Uh, try to finish off what we can so we can move on to the next zone finally. But yeah, I needed something new, man. Like I was dying yesterday. And like we were looking at games all night last night, Dig. I honestly like I truly don't understand how they haven't made a generic Bleach game, like a Bleach universe game, right? That basically plays and acts just like World of Warcraft, you know, Lord of the Rings, blah blah blah. Like the generic RPG system where you're not playing specific characters and nothing like super in depth, but it puts you inside the game, right? Inside the universe of Sword Art. I mean not Sword Art, but uh what was I thinking? What was it then? Bleach, right? Where you make a character, where you make your own like looking character. You know, you kind of pick like, you know, you're just a generic Soul Reaper, and then you just work your way through like learning things and upgrading things, and you kind of pick like a sword design. You know what I mean? Like it would be kind of really cool, not just oh you're gonna play as Ichigo. You know, you're gonna play as Rukia. Like you know, I don't like yeah that's cool, but I would rather just have a generic classes system, generic character where you build it your own way, you build it the way you want to play it, and you pick and choose these skills that you spec into. You know what I mean? Like I think that would be a much better just generic game system that could actually do well. And then for like dungeons and bosses and stuff like that, just have like the different captains, the different villains, hollows, things like that. Like just generic bullshit, man. I feel like that could be such an easy, simple way to like build the game. Suddenly 5 hours went by, Thor. That's crazy. Jurassic World Evolution. Are we talking about the movie? Like the not the newest one, but the one before that? I like the Jurassic Park series personally. And I know what you mean, Thor, is like the companies don't want to like, allow for the rights to do games and blah blah blah. But like here's the problem I have, Thor. Like right, look how many games they already have allowed and they have made. Oh yeah, there's like 3 Evolution games, isn't there? I have one of them, right? So they have tons of different games, but every single one of them is either a console game where it's just like hack and slash fighting, player versus player, kind of like Tekken style, or it's like a gotcha system. Like those are the only two types of games I've seen. There is a few MMO versions, I think, where you run around, but you run around as specific characters, and it's still gotcha because you're still running around as one of the main characters that you have to pull that character some way, shape, or form, and you have to upgrade his abilities and skills, gotcha system style. But it's mostly just zone in and you hack and slash stuff, and you rinse and repeat like certain floors or certain like you know things. It's not like an actual true MMO. I don't even know the difference between a JRPG and an ARPG slash MMORPG. I honestly don't know what a JRPG truly feels like or looks like. But that's my problem. Is like this is what you typically run into. It's like 1v1 Tekken style most fighting, right? Now don't get me wrong, that's kind of cool, but I want something more open world, free moving, kind of somewhat looks like this, right? But I don't need like 1v1 like kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like this looks like you have like character swaps and like certain abilities where you're 1v1ing kind of like against Aizen, which is cool. But I want it to be more MMO style where you have people that specialize in um fuck, what is that called? A keto or whatever it's called. I want keto. It's not keto, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Or they specialize in like doing barriers and restraints and stuff like that, and CCing that aren't so much combat oriented but more support oriented. And then you have the combat guys, but there's no. And then you got people like Uehara or whatever, like the healing people that can throw out some like heals and sustains and like things like it. You could truly make this a real MMO in the universe because there is technically every like group. There are somewhat tankish kind of people that are like bigger brawlier people, right, that can take a beating, and there's people that are just like very high agility, high speed, you know what I mean? Like they have the different types. They could easily make it work. Hey, I'm in the same boat, Dig. Like we were looking at SAO as well. And SAO, like they do an okay job of trying to do it, but they they miss the mark every single time with SAO. Like even the most recent SAO game is so close, but it's still completely and utterly wrong. And that's the problem, Dick. Is like I want an anime game to be so good, so bad, because there's so many animes I love, and I would love to just play inside that universe, right? I would love to be immersed in the universe, exploring, kind of like the Lord of the Rings, right? We're immersed inside the Lord of the Rings. We're exploring it. We're having fun. We're part of the story, kind of, and we feel like we're in it. And then I would love that for like SAO, fucking Overlord or New Log Horizon, like any of those like game oriented ones, even fucking Bofui, you know, that would be a cool one as well. Like there's so many of these game ones that would be so good to just immerse yourself into and just enjoy and have fun and just, oh my god, it could be so good. Oh fuck, what about Frontier? What is that one? Fucking Shangri-La Frontier? Oh my god, that would be a baller ass one as well. Like there's so solo leveling, fucking amazing, right? There's so many. And they always miss the mark. They always fuck it up. They always drop the ball or do it in a gotcha system or do it in just a Tekken style. I want more MMO based open world like, you know, interacting with other people, interacting with like the universe, exploring, finding things, you know, having a good time just but giving us those true fights from the show. We have to fight the villains and stuff. Oh my god, it could be so good. Yeah, and the Soul Resurrection, the one you were just talking about, I'm pretty sure that one's on Steam, and it's like $60 or something. I'm pretty sure, which is fine. Like, if it's a good game, it's a good game. Oh, that's sorry, it's Rebirth of Souls. Sorry, that's the one that's on Steam. The Rebirth of Souls one, and this is one of those same ones we were just talking about. It's kind of like a Tekken style fighting game, and then the Brave Souls one on here. This one is technically MMO, but it's gacha. You have to pull certain characters and get lucky for the higher tier versions, and same thing with the skills, and really just bad. Right. They are. Have you seen the fucking SAO one dig on here? The fuck? This one, $105 fucking dollars. Now, with that in mind, that's technically the deluxe version at $105. So it's actually a $60 game, but the deluxe is 105. But the deluxe is cheaper than the base game right now, which is crazy. The base game is $60 and the deluxe is $20. But then the brand new one is $60. And then the Gun Gale version is $40, right? And then you got the online last recollection, which is another $60. It's like each season has its own game, and none of them have been done very well. They just feel bad. The only one I've played is Integral Factor, and it's actually kind of cool, but it is somewhat of a gotcha system, but it is free to play, so it's not as big of a deal since it is free and a gotcha system. So it's not such a bad thing. I think I remember that the Immortal King one, right? The Day of Life of Immortal King. I'm pretty sure I remember. I'm really bad with names. Hold on, let me pull it up. Why does this one not look familiar? I think I'd have to see an episode. I do. Oh, I do remember this one. I remember the dog. I haven't seen this one in a hot minute though. Yeah, I remember this one. I remember the dog. Because the dog is like he like tamed the dog or whatever. I remember that one. That was pretty good. Yeah, that was I like that one a lot. And that's the thing too, Thor. Is like I don't mind what country it's made in or who it's made for or anything. I don't care about any of that. All I care is I want something that moves like this, ASDW, nice and fluid. You know, you could pan your camera around, you can run around the world and MMO, and you're not like locked to these really tiny zones, like because like in the Sword Art Online Integral Factor one, the zones are so small. Like I mean, like if we were to look at a zone in Integral Factor would be like this little tiny thing, and then you go through a little portal and it moves you to this tiny little zone, and then you go through this portal and it moves you to this tiny little zone. Like I want it to be non-portal based, except for maybe going in and out of like cities, right? I wanted to just be a big open world where we can run around, see other players, interact, chat with people, just like New World and all the other ones. And I just want to hang out and run around the zone. That's really all I want. And like, obviously, abilities would be great. And then the abilities, like everybody, I feel like what it would be like is, everybody has just like a generic character, right? Everybody starts as the generic base, just beginner character, Soul Reaper, right? Um, I guess you could have two factions. You could probably have like a Hollow version too. That would be sick, bro. If you can play as a Hollow or a Soul Reaper, so you had two factions, that'd be sick, right? Anyway, but like, let's just say to keep it simple, you everybody just played as a Soul Reaper, right? And as a Soul Reaper, you start off as a basic Soul Reaper going to the academy, and you go through the academy, right? And you get to specialize as you go through the academy. Like you learn a little bit of everything, but you specialize through your talent tree, like branch the direction, right? So you have like a triangular or a pentagon-ish talent system, like kind of like Path of Exiles, right? Where you have this massive web of a tree. If we had a talent tree like that, maybe not as crazy or hectic, right? If it loads, I'll pull it over. Right. So let's say if we had a tree similar to this, you started in the middle, right? And you branched out in whatever direction you wanted to go. You specialize in certain aspects, right? Like let's say this was physical damage. Let's say this was like defense, and this was like, I don't know, spell casting or whatever, and then like this might be healing or something like that. But you could like kind of go down the middle and hit both spell casting and healing, right? Or you could go like this way and do like spellcasting and fizz, right? Like melee, kind of like Byakuya, right? How he could do like a lot of physical shit and he's very athletic and whatever, but he can also like bind you really good. He's got really good I can't remember what that shit's called. But like you could like hybrid into that, or you can go on this route over here for like being more of like a bruiser style where you're like more tanky with like fizz damage. You know what I mean? Like you could kind of hybrid it and maybe have a way to like uh maybe do a little bit of healing with specializing in fizz, right? So like let's say you have enough points to get down and do like a bunch of like the good healing stuff, but then you have just enough to like specialize in like a couple things in like the physical section, right? So that way you can still combat, but you're mostly a healer, or vice versa. You could do like mostly combat, but you have small amount of healing you can do as well. I think that would be a sick ass system. Obviously hard to pull off, right? But as you like go through the academy and you start like doing that, you end up in like situations where you have to fight in big battles, which could be like your first dungeons. And then as you get further through, once you graduate from the academy, you're kind of like max level at that point. And then you kind of get sent on missions. It's like the storyline's like, all right, I need you to go here, I need you to go explore this, blah blah blah. And you start doing missions in those areas, and you maybe run into a dungeon, and you go into the dungeon to grind out some mobs and stuff, and maybe they'll have some like buffs or benefits or whatever for completing it. Some items to be able to like maybe progress your weapon or your skills. Like it's just I think it has great potential, and I know all the anime lovers, not all, but like I guarantee you, anime lovers would fucking love it. I just don't understand for how long they've been making anime games and how long they've been failing at it, but they haven't got it right yet. But how not easy it is, but like how much inspiration they can take from other games that do well. That they could easily just be like, all right, we know this is how it works. We know how all the other MMOs kind of succeed and the things that they all have in common. Let's just try to make it work. I don't think it would be that hard. I really don't. Yeah, you like that, Dig? The only one that actually has a positive rating is the fucking Gun Gale one. I put it fine. Yeah, I think I've only seen season 1 as well, Dig. And like I said, it was pretty good. I liked it. Because wasn't that the one where like he went into the academy test and he was like, all right, I gotta try to do like 1% or something, like, you know, he's like trying to hold back and he fucking destroyed it on accident. Because he was just way too fucking strong. Yeah. That shit was fucking funny. And he's like, shit, 1% was too much. That was so good. Oh man. And also Thor, I don't mind if the graphics are toned down and the art style is like, you know, more kiddish and childish or chibi or whatever you want to fucking call it, right? I don't care about any of that. I just want the mechanics of the game to be good, right? That's all I want. And like, even though it's made for a console, you can still make it open world, right? Like for consoles, it can be, you know, like even nowadays, like consoles, you know, you can have open world MMO on regular consoles, but if you wanted to, like, let's say you want it for an older console that doesn't really have online capabilities, it can still be the open world MMO version, just with no internet connection, so you're on a single player world by yourself. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, that version would need a little tweaking to allow for you to be able to do raids because you wouldn't be able to do them solo. I don't think that's too hard. Just add in NPCs that you could hire, right? Or teams that you can compose together with multiple characters that are like specialized in certain ways. So you actually make new characters to combo together and team together, right? So you make like 5 characters to make a full team, and you level all of them simultaneously while you're playing through the game. Because you're playing all 5 characters at once. That'd be sick for like a an offline console game, right? So similarly to like the older style Final Fantasies, right? So like Final Fantasy VIII, how you had like the party members would follow you while you ran around town and everything. But as you fought, whoever was in your party leveled up, and you can upgrade their skills. You can change things out. You can give them different abilities and weapons. Like, bro, that would be fucking awesome. Like I said, I don't really play consoles all that much, but that would be awesome as well if they don't already do that. And you're not wrong, Thor. They probably the thing is like I think they're kind of skewed in thinking that because they look at all the games that they have made and look at the bad negative reviews on like every game that they've made. None of them ever received well. None of them ever do very well, and they don't want to like invest money into something that they don't think is going to make money. I get it. I understand that. What is the auto run feature? Shit. I don't remember what the auto run feature is. Dig, what's the auto run button? I'm hitting like so many buttons right now. I don't know which one it is. Does anybody remember what the auto run button is? Numlock? Oh, it's numlock. Okay. It's all good. I figured it out. I just hit like every button. So like I said, like taking the analytics from all the other games that have been made and they've all done so poorly, it makes sense to not want to, like I said, invest into a game that is most likely not going to succeed. I get it. Like I said, 1000% understand and get it. But if they just take a second to explore other options, right? They look at other genres of other games that aren't.
The key to victory is the element of surprise. Surprise!
Yeah, Kyle, we're back on Lotro. I got so just burnt out last night playing Grim Dawn. I knew I was done with it for a little while. I needed a break, at least from that character. So what'll end up happening with Grim Dawn is we'll probably take a break until the next expansion comes out, and then we'll come back to try more characters. Because now that we know the basics of the game, we know how to play through it, we know the storyline and all that nonsensical stuff. We can then go back to it later and explore it and have more fun and try different characters, because I think the problem is I was despising that character the more I played it. Like I wasn't enjoying the build, I wasn't enjoying the playstyle, I wasn't enjoying how much I was getting shit on. Right? I was struggling to gear it, I was struggling to figure out like way to build it. Like it was too much for my first character, and it wasn't very simple, so we were yeah, I needed a break, so fuck it. We'll come back to here. I've been wanting to come back to this anyway. Uh, I've been off of it for a month, and it was a good break because we grinded the shit out of this for a long time, and we had a blast playing it. So I'm glad we're back. So we're gonna try and grind this out a little bit more, and have a lot of fun. All right. The main problem we're running into here, obviously, I want to go back to our conversation, but is we need to get some deeds done inside. We need to get some quests and deeds done outside. So I think what we're gonna do today is we're gonna finish the quest line here until it tells us to leave, and then we'll go back inside. What button is this? There, guys. And then we'll finish up some deeds, because the main deeds that I have to finish are a few slayers, which I'm not worried about. We can come back to anytime. And then we have a couple quest ones where I have to do like X amount of quests in a certain zone. I have no idea where the quests are, so we're gonna have to like run around for a while looking for quests that we somehow missed. Anyway, but yeah, Thor, I really think that what you say is true. Like I said, they don't want to invest into a game, dump money into a game that's most likely analytically speaking, looking at the other games as a projection, they're gonna struggle, and they might not even make money off of it, right? Because I I feel like it's the way that they design the games and the business model, right? Like they design a game to be a gotcha system, and they wonder why a lot of people don't want to play the game, right? This the combat system, the movement, the camera, the UI, like all of it just feels meh, right? And then and then they're like, okay, well, people didn't receive this very well, so how do we make it better? And they kind of just say, okay, well, let's do it again. It's like, no, that's like definition of fucking insanity, bro. You're doing the same thing every time. You're giving us a gotcha system or some sort of system that's very, I don't know, credit card swipey, and you're not hitting the fundamentals of giving us a nice fluid open world movement combat system with classes, right? So you have like damagers, you have tanky kind of guys, you got healing kind of guys, you got supporty kind of guys. Like if you had the different roles, and you had a nice fluid UI with a nice fluid combat system, it would be much more well received. So that's why I was saying, like, you're right in saying that they don't want to invest money into something that's most likely going to flop. But speaking as a fellow fucking anime liking kind of person, I can tell you for sure that I guarantee you, if you actually took a hot minute and you thought about it nice and long and hard, he said long and hard, um, and you actually made a game or like took inspiration from like current like like MMOs, RPGs, stuff like that that do well, aka World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 14, Guild Wars 2, you know, even this game and a bunch of other MMOs, that they all have a lot of things in common. Sessions, that do well crafting, gathering. They have very fluid open world movement systems and roles and classes. You know, they have dungeons and gear grinding and resource grind. They just have a lot of stuff to just do, give you things to do, good storylines, good lore, you know, quest lines, dailies, weeklies, cosmetics, you name it. They all have it. They all do well. If they took that inspiration and they just plopped that inspiration into that universe of that anime, I I would almost put my life on it. Like that's how confident I am that it would be well received if properly coded and done well. Like it doesn't have to be an over the top just great graphics, over the top just brand new, you know, hey, we reinvented the wheel kind of shit. All it needs to do is it just needs to run smoothly. It needs to combat smooth, right? The looting, the combat, the attacks, the groupings, like the UI, everything should be customizable. Everything should just flow and move smoothly. There shouldn't be all this janky movement. There shouldn't be all this, you know, body blocking and just hitbox pushing you all over the screen and like none of that should exist. Like the whole New World problem where New World has those hitboxes that your character always moves when it attacks, which pushes you into a hitbox, which then pushes you around in a weird circle, which throws off of your attacks and makes you miss. And you know, there's a lot of knockback and stuns and staggers that push you along walls and all this other shit. Like if none of that exists, like, look, I can walk through these characters. Do you know how smooth and nice the combat feels when you can just freely move without being body blocked? Right? It just feels good. And then having like abilities that you can, you know, combo and come up with good rotations and things that can be, you know, min-maxed and metas can be developed and you can specialize into certain ones and then you know it's like all of that kind of goes into it and then having a great gearing system and ironing out like the crafting and the professions and the gathering and the gear grinding like bro even take inspiration from older games like RO right where you have these like super rare drops like card drops and stuff from certain mobs that you know those can be sold to players to attach to gear that you know could buff you and benefit you. Like that's the kind of shit I'm talking about. There's so much inspiration from so many like decades of video games that you could draw from to try to make yourself an actual bomb ass fucking game without putting a lot of effort into it. Because all you have to do is just look at all these games, see what they have in common, see what people like about them, and understand like what is the common thread here, what works, what doesn't work, and just make a generic ass fucking game. So many games make MMOs, right? There's so many MMOs just generically being produced all the fucking time. They flop because they just don't have like good systems. It's not because they're not fun. It's not because they can't be good. It's not because it's not from a big company. It's purely because they don't do the systems well. All right. So what do we need to do here? I feel like I'm missing. I need a couple like mobs. Oh, I need to kill some more. Like Moria's Siege Master. Guys. What up, Topher? What were you lurking and doing? Watching some tentacle stuff? Yeah. Toaster bath, bro. That shit made me laugh. And yeah, that's the sad part, Thor, is like knowing that game companies probably won't never capitalize on bringing the anime scene to PC is a problem. Because I'm not lying, man. I guarantee you, if you did some sort of analytic pull that I would say over 50% of the population plays games on PC, like exclusively, right? Yeah, Bear, you never played Lotro, man? Dude, Lotro, I'm so happy that they had a bear in Lotro. So much fun, man. And what's even funnier is like when I first got into the game, I didn't do any research. I went in completely blind and dry. No idea what the fuck was going on. I didn't know what characters did what. I didn't know what was what. I know nothing about anybody. I was like, all right, let's just go in and kind of just read what we can and deduce what we can. And I started looking at characters. I was like, well, this guy looks like he could be this, and this guy sounds like he could be this, and what's funny is like when you get to the character screen, you see on the left side, you see the class names, and one of them said Beorning, but it was grayed out. And I was like, what the fuck is a Beorning, right? The fuck is that? And why is it grayed out? So I was like, I'll figure that out later. So I went through all the other classes. You know, I was like looking at hobbits and seeing what they could be. I was looking at like men, what they could be, and elves and high elves and dwarves and the other dwarves. I don't know what the other dwarves are called, but yeah, like the different guys, right? I was looking at all of them. Uh, and then I got to the bottom. It literally just said Beorning as a class and in a race. I'm like, what the fuck? So I saw the race Beorning. And I saw the class, and I was like finally able to like look at Beorning as a class or a race or whatever. I was like, all right, cool. So I read it, and it said shapeshifts into bears. I was like, sold. I didn't know anything about the Beorning. I didn't know what it did. I just knew it turned into a bear. I didn't care after that point. I was instantly sold. I logged into it and come to find out it's one of the most broken characters in the whole game. So no, on the right side here, I have two things. So the ones at the top here are my deeds, which are kind of like in-game uh achievements, I would say, right? So these are like the deeds. I've done a bunch. So as you can see, all the red ones I've completed for this zone. Every zone has their own like completion things. But like I still have other ones where like the Slayer one. So I have to kill like over here is what I was saying. So I have to kill another 57 trolls in Moria. I have to kill another 28 worms. FYI, this isn't the advanced, so it's going to be another 200 after that. So 228 more worms to finish this one because there's a base version and then the advanced version is double what the base version was. So this one's the base version of 100 kills. The next one will be 200 kills, just like these Morvels, right? And then I need to kill almost 29 more deep claws, and then basically these three are almost done. This one needs some work, and that'll be like the Slayer deeds kind of done. But then I have like exploration deeds, or I have to kill certain mobs in certain areas, or I have to do certain quests in certain areas that I've missed. So there's a bunch of deeds here, but I've been kind of trying to 100% every zone as I go through, instead of backtracking to do most of them. But the problem is there's a handful of those deeds that can only be completed when I'm at max level. So I'm doing what I can as I'm pushing through, and then I'm backtracking for things that I couldn't do at the current time. All right, so go in there yet. Yeah, there's a lot. So here's the thing, Bear, is this game, I'm playing completely free to play also. I haven't paid a single penny. This game is so massive, even as free to play, it's not even funny. So you start over here, right? So you start in one of like four locations. You either start in the Shire, you start in Erinloon, or you start in Swanfleet, or you start in Bree. A handful of classes start right here in Arcot in Bree, and then you go through, and then you end up actually like everybody merges into Bree eventually from like the Shire, right? The Shire ends up coming over there. Erinloon ends up coming over there. Swanfleet works its way up into here, and then everybody kind of gets on the same bandwagon going from here to here, then over to here, then up to here, and then eventually they end up like over here and over here. Like they end up in like these places, and slowly and surely you end up down here and then into Moria, which is technically the first expansion of the game. So this area is all the base game, minus a few like this and a few other zones. But pretty much this is all the base game, and then Moria is like the first expansion, and then you still move on from Moria into like Rohan, this place. You have Gondor, Mordor, and you have like this place over here. And they're coming out with another expansion soon. Like I think at the end of the year they have another expansion coming out. All of this is pretty much playable for free right now. When the new expansion comes out, it will not be free. At least not for a while. But yeah, and the max level's going up. I think there's a few other things too. But wait, did I turn off like? Uh, it looks like I turned off the names. Fuck. Do you happen to know how to turn the names back on? Dig in. Thank you. It's been a hot minute. I forgot. But yeah, and that's the thing is, with every zone, with every expansion, the level cap goes up, the gear goes up. Am I walking? Okay, I somehow turned on RP walk. How did I do that? Shit. Fuck. How did I do that? Oh shit. Fuck! Damn it. I hit the wrong button. I'm fucked up. Insert. There we go. Okay. Ugh. But anyway, yeah, we've been playing this game for a while. There. Now you can speed run level. Like you can level like kind of fast if you really like try. You know, you're not taking your sweet time doing deeds. Deeds are not necessary in any way, shape, or form. The only thing it gives you is in-game premium currency kind of stuff that allows you to purchase things from the microtransaction shop. But it's not necessary. So, like I said, keep that in mind. Like, there's a lot to do in this game. There's a lot of professions. There's a lot of gathering. There's a lot of crafting you can do. It's actually pretty awesome, the crafting system and stuff. It's a really long con though. Like, it takes quite a while to like actually like level it up, unlock it fully, and stuff like that. But they have a great profession system, pretty decent grinding system for gathering materials and stuff. They have a great like grouping system for like raids and dungeons. They have so many raids, so many dungeons, so many fucking quests. Like they have a lot of events that are going on pretty much year round. So many cosmetics. They have a housing system. Bro, it's just they did it so good, but it's obviously been around for 20 years and they've had a lot of time to add this stuff and to make it better year after year. It's gotten to a point where it's actually fucking great. Took them a while. Don't get me wrong. Took them a hot minute. Because obviously back in the day it wasn't that great, and it slowly but surely got better and better as they, you know, polished it. But absolutely phenomenal game so far. There's still a few polishments that I can't think of off the top of my head, but I remember when I was playing it before, I had a couple gripes with a couple systems that could be done better, but overall it's not too bad. Bro, Tover, I'm not even gonna lie, dude. FPS games have cheats before they're even like released. That's how bad cheating is when it comes to like any gaming. Any game, I guarantee you, there's a cheat out there that is gonna be able to be used for it the day it's released. There's nothing you can do about it. Because cheats are so generic, they're so like rampant and easy to just kind of customize or like adapt to new games. And most games, they all detect cheats like somewhat the same way. So Uh, ooh, it's a good tanking one. So it doesn't really help all that much, right? It kind of just fucks you because the day that game comes out, it already has a cheat that can be used on it, and there's so many dog shit ass people in this world that refuse to actually learn how to play a video game, or just want to ruin everybody else's day or fun, and it makes them have a good day knowing that they're ruining other people's experience. That it's just people are just gonna sit there and cheat 24/7. There's nothing people can do about it. And it's not like there's a system in place that, like, if you get caught for cheating, that you can truly be permanently banned from something. Because nothing in this world is permanent when it comes to the internet. That is a unique identifier that can prevent you from playing a video game. There's nothing. You can't ban operating systems. You can't ban MAC addresses. You can't ban credit cards. You can't ban phone numbers or uh, email addresses. Like, there's not a single thing that you can ban that they can't find a way around it. It's literally impossible. Between using programs to uh change, like physically change the things that their computer like represent, like their operating system, serial number, or their MAC address of their NIC or their motherboard, or the credit cards, just get a new one, or email addresses, making a new one, getting a new cell phone number, like just spoofing numbers, spoofing IP addresses. The fact that you can just straight spoof things is just another inherent problem. That's in a nutshell, that is the problem. Is there's ways around every possible ban, except for like IRL bans, right? Like you can't get like physically banned from like playing LAN events and stuff like that, and then show up and expect to be able to play. Like, well, my name isn't though so so. I changed my name. Like, that doesn't fucking matter. You're still that same person. But online, like, so anonymous that it doesn't really matter. They just look at the identifiers, and if the identifiers don't match, then they think you're a different person. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying too, Dig. Is like they most of them use like easy anti cheat, or like some of the other like just you know anti cheats in general. If a cheat works for that game, like with that using that thing, then it works for all of them. And that's the problem, is like there's so many cheats, so many different cheats, and they're always being like updated and changed and recalibrated and stuff, that there's no way to like prevent them, because they put more effort into making cheats undetectable and to get around the anti-cheats than the anti-cheats have enough, like there's not enough time in the day or enough resources for the anti-cheats to out hustle the cheating community. It's impossible, because you can't preemptively think of how they're going to code it, or operate it right, and change it and modify it to prevent it from happening. And they have to wait for the cheat to bypass their stuff, and then figure out how it's bypassing it to then fix it, right? So we're like the anti cheats are always a step behind. So there's always going to be this lapse where cheats don't get detected for a while, and then that's where you get these big ban waves where the cheat finally, like, they figure it out, they put in a system to prevent it or whatever, and then boom, ban wave. Yeah, they get so much money. That's what I'm saying. The cheaters make so much money off of these people because they get that ban wave, and then they're like, all right, well, let's fix it, right? And then everybody's gonna rebuy the cheats. They're gonna download the cheats all over again for new accounts. So they're just constantly making money off of these people, constantly. And what's even funnier is I wouldn't put it past the gaming companies, Dig, for also being the ones that are making the cheats. Because if you think about it, if you're making the cheats for your game that can be used in other games, right? Then you're making money off of the people buying the cheats, and then you're, you know, The anti-cheat picks it up. You get a big ban wave. All those people lose their accounts. They buy new accounts. So you make money off of the people buying brand new accounts. Then they buy the cheats off of you again, and you make even more money. I honestly wouldn't put it past the gaming companies for doing that. Because here's what I don't understand. As a gaming company, do you know how easy it is to just go to Google and just type in FPS gaming cheats? And just be like, oh, first unknown, what is this? Unknowncheats.me. I don't know what the fuck that is. Right? You could literally just Google aimbot for Valorant. Oh, hey, look, first thing that pops up. Like, that's all they have to do is just search for cheats. And they find them. And it would be so easy for them to just get the cheat directly from the fucking source, which obviously there are a lot of private ones as well. This is just the public ones that are too stupid to make themselves private. But I'm just saying, they could easily spend the $20 to get the cheat to instantly be like, all right, well, this is the cheat. This is how it works. Let's put something in our system that prevents them from doing this. Oh, we blocked that cheat. Like, like, I don't know, man. And like at the end of the day, like it doesn't really matter because they can do that 100 times a day and still have cheaters. Because obviously there's private ones, and even more public ones that you just can't find, and then they're obviously updating it and changing it regularly. So it's just like it's a never-ending war. So the company would be spending money trying to prevent cheaters, and then still not being able to prevent cheaters. So at the end of the day, like I feel like it's a never like ending battle, that it's like a no-win situation. It wants me to go north. I don't know where it was. Oh, wait. They actually do that with EFT? I've never heard of using a second computer to do cheats. Like, how does that even work? Do you like? I don't even, I can't even fathom how that works. Honestly, I don't think that's supposed to be in here yet. Let's just go to the course. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Topher. Is it's kind of like how you do a two PC stream setup. That's what I was first thinking when you made the comment. So it's probably something along the lines that like you you somehow send the video or whatever to the one computer, and then it kind of just analyzes it and sends all the information back to the first computer, or not to the first computer, but you know what I'm saying, like it like has that information, it can see and it can show it on the second screen or the second computer uh via that way. I don't know how that would reliably work, because I don't know how that would even work, like sending the video through. Because here's the thing, the way the cheats work is it's like it doesn't analyze the screen images, to determine where people are located and all that other stuff, right? It can't just look at the screen and decide that information. It has to actually be running on the computer itself, or running on the game itself. You know, I don't even know how it honestly like it detects people. I know the aimbot kind of works, but I don't know how it detects people. That just sounds fucking weird. I don't know. I can't understand how you can send the data to a different computer in some way, shape, or form. I do like the idea of what Dig said though, is like you load the cheats up on one computer and then you use like Google Doc or Google Drive or something like that, or Google Connect or something like that to connect from the one PC to the second PC remotely or some shit to run the game on the non-cheating computer, but you're running it like, but since you're connecting from a different computer, technically the cheat running on the second computer that's connecting to the first computer is not cheating, but the second one is. So when they scan the computer that's playing the game, which is the first computer, that doesn't have the cheats on it, it's not cheating. They can't find any cheats to detect it to ban them because there's no proof that they're cheating, even though they're blatantly wall hacking and aimbotting and stuff. Like they can visually see that they're cheating, but they have no proof of it because there's nothing running on the computer and blah 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 blah, right? Like I could see that being a thing, and that's really fucking crazy to think of. But I don't think there's a way for them to be able to fix that because there's no way that they can prevent you from remoting into a computer, right? Like that's just generic 101. Like that's computer work. You can't even Valorant being as intrusive as it is, diving into your kernel and your operating system, stuff like that, can't even prevent you from remoting into computers, from my understanding at least. DMA? Do we know what DMA stands for, Tover? Oh, yeah. I'm curious on how it. Like I can understand it's reading the memory from from the RAM, which is how it can input the information and like read it and then output the. Because at that point it's like processing the information that the main computer is processing, so it can actually use the program on the second computer. But I don't know how it's getting that information. Like you said, it's using a card, but I don't understand how the second computer gets the information from the RAM. You know what I'm saying? So it can actually process it and put it through the program to actually output. That's the weird part. I don't understand how it accesses it. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, that's fucking stupid.
You have returned with a book. Wait.
I mean, you're not wrong either in that sense, Dig, because a household typically only has one IP address, but the IP address is split. So it has like a sub IP address assigned to it via the router or the switch inside the house. So it's like, let's say your IP address is 123 to your house, and then inside the house, it's like, all right, we have 123. You're gonna be 123.1. You're gonna be 123.2. You're gonna be 1.3.3. You know, each computer, each device has its own like sub number inside of it. Technically, that's not exactly how it works, but that was just for simplicity's sake to make it make sense. For people that don't really want to go to IP telepathy on this, but so in theory, it technically does have its own IP address. It's just like a sub IP address. Um, no one true like not no one, but like very few people actually have two IP addresses to their house. You have to pay for two separate IP addresses, and you have to have two separate like routers. They have to be connected to two different like computers that way. It's like a lot more work in order to make that work. Which is possible, 100% possible. Not very many people. Yeah, but the thing is, like, gaming companies can't just ban you for having two computers playing the game at the same time because there's a lot of people that game together, right? They LAN, they have brothers, they have sisters, aunts, uncles, moms, dads, right? Like I remember back in the day, RuneScape used to ban people because they would see like um multiple accounts coming from the same IP address. But people were fighting this and winning because they were able to explain and prove that hey, me and the whole family play RuneScape together at the same time. That's why you see six connections coming from our house. Me, the wife, the kids, we all play together. So why are we being banned for multi-boxing when we're all playing on different PCs? We're all playing, separately. Blah blah blah. It doesn't make any sense. So companies have gotten away from just banning people because they're playing uh, from the same IP address. It doesn't make sense. Ban people for that.
A shadow falls beyond Lothorian, against which we must be prepared. Tarry a moment and speak with me.
Troubles lie on
Wasn't looking if these were
Lothlorien.
readables.
Aid us. The lidless eye turns upon Lothlorien, but he cannot yet see us.
So Topher, the IP address change. Technically, there's two ways I know to do it. One is manually by calling them and telling them, "Hey, I need a new IP address," and they have to, they don't have to, but they can release your IP address and give you a new one. That's one way, obviously. The second way, technically, unless they have changed this somewhat recently-ish, or they've gotten away from this model, is if you unplug your router for a few minutes. Sometimes it's 30 minutes, sometimes it's 5 minutes, whatever. Sometimes even less. The IP address will then be released from you because it's not in use anymore for a certain duration, right? And then when you plug it back in, it will reach back out and be like, "Hey, I'm back online. Can I receive a new IP? Can I receive an IP address? Blah blah blah." And that's like the whole configuration when your router comes back online, and when it's blinking and waiting and waiting and waiting. Not because the thing is like you when you first connect and you first get your IP address from the company, you will hold on to that IP address for a long time. Like it doesn't typically release that IP address from you, like the guy was saying. To get a new one, you have to call them so they can release it and give you a new one. It doesn't release it until it's either A, manually released, or B, automatically released, right? Because the problem that you would run into is if uh it didn't automatically release, basically people could just have an IP address, right? And like there's only so many IP addresses that can go around, right, Trevor? So if, like I just turned off my modem and I wasn't using my IP address and it's inactive, why wouldn't they just assign that to a new device that needs an IP address? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense to leave an unused IP address just laying around. But yes, like I said, it's definitely true that you will hold on to an IP address for an indefinite amount of time unless something it changes it, right? That's at least my understanding from when uh I was doing all the work myself back in the day. Like I said, they could have changed that policy. It's totally possible. But like I said, the last time I remember, the last time I was looking into it, it was you could just manually, automatically do it yourself. Just like I said, unplug it for like 5 minutes, plug it back in, and when it reaches out to the company saying, "Hey, I'm online," I'd be like, "Oh, your IP address has been reassigned. Here's a new one," kind of thing. keep getting slowed, and it's actually. I remember when I first started streaming a while back, like years ago. Oh, this isn't good. I actually had a guy come in and DOS me while I was playing games. He was just literally just like DOSing my fucking stream while I was playing. And I called the ISP. I said, "Hey, I have a guy that literally came into my chat. Why am I Jesus." Fucking crazy how much that guy just fucking whacked me. And I used my stun break to fix it. Anyway, so like, well, how do you know he's DOSing? I was like, well, he came in and said, "Oh, have fun trying to stream now," and 10 seconds later, my entire internet went out and it won't come back online. I've reset the router, I've reset the modem, I've restarted my computer, and all this stuff. And she's like, "Oh, okay, well, blah blah blah." It's like, you should try. And she made a comment like something along the lines of like, "Well, I could give you a new IP address, but I mean, if you just wait a couple minutes and plug it back in, you should just get a new IP," or some shit is what she said basically. I was like, "Oh, interesting." But yeah, I'm pretty sure she made that comment that I didn't need to call to get a new IP address. No, it would give me a new if I was offline for so long. It would just give me a new IP address eventually. And yeah, Dick, there's so many other ways to like acquire like a new IP address or just like have an account on our computer on two different IPs. There's so many different ways to go about it. You're not wrong. Like that's old information though, Topher. It like I said, it 1000% could be different nowadays. Like they might have just run into problems with IP addresses just because that's the thing is like IP addresses aren't typically manually set. They're typically automatically set. Just dynamic, dynamic IP addresses. So it's like there's a pool of X amount of IP addresses out there, and if it's in use, the device connects to hey, I need an IP, and it goes through the list. It's like, oh, this one's not available. This one's available, and just hands you an IP address. It's not a person on the other end being like, hey, we're gonna set up your router, your modem, and all right, this is the IP address that your router is going to have for its entire lifespan. Blah blah blah. They don't typically, like I said, they could do that nowadays. That could be a new standard of practice, but that's not how it used to be. Like shit, even in the military, we had an IP address that we would subnet into like smaller sections, right? So we like, let's say hypothetically, the IP address we had could like house like 1,000 IPs, right? We would subnet that down to smaller sections of like, all right, we would subnet it down to like 25 IP addresses, and those 25 IP addresses would be associated to this router, and that router would be able to divvy them out to any laptop that connects, or any, server or switch or router, whatever the fuck connected to it. It would have 25 IP addresses to automatically assign and unassign as needed to the different things that would pop up on that shit. Which is, like I said, like it's kind of just how it worked. And I would not for a company like an actual ISP that's dealing with like hundreds of thousands of IP addresses, I couldn't see them manually doing it. It wouldn't make sense, like manpower wise, right? It wouldn't make sense to have all of that done by hand manually because there's so much human error that can happen with typing in IP addresses and things like that, and then people changing one IP to another IP. There could be like oh, this person changed their IP address while I was changing this IP address, so now we have an overlapping IP address of this person's using it and this person's using it. Now we have to change one of them. Like there's so many like things that could go wrong with manual input like that. It's not worth it. And like I said, with the whole automatic dynamic application, like it releases things up. It should release things at a certain point. Once again, from my understanding of how it all works from when I used to do that stuff. Okay, what are you doing tomorrow? Or today, or whatever you want to call it. Oh my god, a party of 40. There's a party going on. Let's go. Two parties at the same time. Are they going to be in different parts, I'm assuming? But that's still like a lot of food, a lot of dishes, like a lot of noise, and a lot of cleanup. Three parties. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait. So you have a party of 40, a party of 12, and a party of 16 tomorrow? That's crazy. I mean, at least the buffet isn't as bad, I feel like. Because, like, yes, it's a lot of food, but at the same time, it's like you just toss it out there. Like, it's not like, hey, I want a steak cooked this way with this seasoning, without this, and with that. Like, it's not as, like, specialized. It's just generic, just, hey, here's a bunch of chicken. Here's a bunch of fruit. Yeah, that's a lot of people at one time. That's gonna be so much food. And like I said, like just cleanup is gonna be a rough too. Like not only do you have all that food to make, but you got all the cleanup from all the food, and you got all the like just from cooking the food, let alone from all the people eating. Do you even have enough plates for all those people? That's a lot of fucking plates and silverware. Oh my god, that's crazy. You're gonna be one busy motherfucker. That's, I mean, don't get me wrong, restaurants have a lot of plates. I'm just curious, that's a lot of fucking people all at one time. That's crazy. Nice. And you just picked up a whole ton of like cutlery and plates and stuff. Nice. It's always like you can never have too many plates and stuff, honestly. Yeah, that's a good deal, yeah. And like there's no way you can have too many plates and cutlery. It's impossible. Like as a restaurant, because between like breakage and wear and tear and just organically just getting flooded with customers, like having you need to have enough plates and stuff for people to actually, because if people are sitting there waiting on fucking plates and silverware, like that's a bad thing. That's a loss of money. I mean, that's good. You haven't broken any. Like pretty impressive. I mean, granted, when I worked, I was a dishwasher at Panera for a while, and I never broke anything at Panera. I did. Other people did, but I did. Glasses, bro, glasses are like the worst because, like you said, they clink together and they just break after so many times of clinking together. Like they're in the sink, right? And they kind of just roll around and like bonk into each other. Oh my god, dude, I can't tell you how many cups I've seen break in the sink. All right, we need one more scout. What was he doing? Fucking tossing them like frisbees? You know what I mean? Like, how do you break a fucking plate? Like, cause those plates aren't easy to break. Like restaurant plates aren't chintzy, right? They're not cheap. They're not flimsy. They're pretty robust because they're meant to be like beat up. That's crazy. Oh man, so dig. I'm assuming we're gonna not group up for a while so we can level up and then come back to this zone when we're a little higher level. That's what I'm assuming what our goal is gonna be.
A shadow falls beyond Lothlorien, against which we must be prepared. Will you aid the Galathrim? What news from abroad? What news from abroad?
Why is this one in red? I've never seen a quest in red like that. Oh, okay. So is that to prevent our guys from dying? I'm assuming. I had to kill 30 guys, but prevent our guys from dying. That makes more sense. Yeah, like the only thing I could think of is maybe we're doing a deed, and that deed might require us to like group up a little bit. Because maybe it's like killing like a hard mob or something. Oh. Yeah, that's one thing that I don't miss about this game is the camera kind of like getting lost in the trees and the foliage. A little annoying. One of the things that I don't miss. Alright, so that's taken care of. And then down here.
Be wary, traveler. Orcs have come down from the mountains.
Oh,
We did it!
yeah.
And did you notice? We have permission to fight enemies. Anywhere!
The shadow deepens beyond our borders.
Servants of the enemy cannot pass the bounds of Lorien. The Galathrim will need your aid.
The lidless eye turns upon Lothlorien, but he cannot yet see us.
Back up. Got a bunch of quests to do again. Jesus, let's go. Alright, so we're gonna hit 66 soon. Getting quite a lot of XP from doing this. But like I said, I think once we're done questing in the zone, we'll backtrack for the deeds. I don't like backtracking for deeds, but at the end of the day, like I think it's just faster. Why am I moving so slow? Why am I moving so damn slow? I must have pulled like an invisible wolf or something. I was moving hella slow. Alright. So we have this one over here. We got this guy. Oh, these fucking wolves, dude. They're annoying because there's actually a deed to kill like 300 of them, so be fun. Can I attack? Attack, thank you. Good game, good game. We need haulers. North. Those two. I'm gonna find. Oh, there's one. Of course. Yeah. I'm gonna find the course. The weapon thing. Bum 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 bum. As we look at this, I have 8 out of 100. Then I still have the tier 2 advanced to do. Bum, 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 bum. Oh yeah, Bear, if you're still hanging out, lurking and chilling with us, are you interested in trying this game out with us? Yes, it's old. Yes, it's dated. Like I said, free to play. There's a few perks if you were to one-time purchase a membership for 15 bucks. And then eventually, if you did like the game and you got to like, you know, max content or whatever, and the new content came out, maybe you buy the DLC. But other than that, like, yeah, you don't really have to spend any money. Pretty dope. The only reason I say is like we're always looking for people to come and join us. Always looking for people to expand our ranks and hang out with and chill. You know. So I don't know how true this is, but does any maybe somebody can confirm this? But I heard that I think it's in Korea or something like that. That the gamers there have to actually use their like unique identifier, like their social security number, aka, for their accounts. And if they get banned, like they ban their actual social security card, like number kind of thing. So like they actually like legit get permabanned. or can get permabanned, I should say. Is that South Korea? I don't know. That's just something I heard, that being banned there means a lot more, because unless they like get a new social security number or steal somebody else's, they don't have a way to just make a new account. And I think that is fucking genius. Right? In order to make, because I think what it should be, Thor, like in general for being an online presence, is you have a generic email, you're not email, but you have like a generic online account. So you have to log into the internet, quote unquote, right? It's like you log it into a computer. But instead, you have to, like, anytime you like log on to like a website, or anytime you log into like a game or something like that, you have to put in your online account name. That's how you make your account. So you make your account using that online account, right? So you have this one generic just umbrella account that has all of your accounts on it. And if you get banned, you cannot make another account for that game, because you don't have another umbrella account, right? Unless you steal somebody else's in some way, shape, or form, right? Because that umbrella account is linked to your actual, like, you personally, right? Like, legit, it's whatever your unique identifier is for your country. So in like US, it would be a social security number, right? That's unique to every single person. Now, granted, they get reused when people die and stuff like that. After so many years of that person being dead, they will reuse the social security numbers. There's only so many of them like available. But it's unique to you. You know what I'm saying? So that account will forever be yours, and if you get a ban on that account, you get a ban on that account. Like, it doesn't ban you from the other games, but it does ban you from that game, and you can't remake an account because your account is banned from it. You know what I'm saying? I think that's sick. Wait, what does it want me to do over there? I don't understand. It wants me to go this way. Right up there. Go up there and check. I think that would be sick. I think more countries should get on bandwagon of doing that and make it more of a common practice for all countries to just, because then it allows for bans to be more meaningful. And then here's the thing. It indirectly hurts the cheating community. And the company is providing cheats to people, right? Because if you get caught cheating, you can't just make another account and keep cheating. Right? That cheater is now forever banned from that game from cheating. And they can't just jump back in and keep cheating. Or jump back in and try to be legit. They don't have another way to make another account. Now, that also does lead us into another problem, which would be more or less these cheating companies selling cheating accounts, because they are like stealing accounts from legit players, like legit accounts from legit people, and then selling those accounts. So, you know, hacking into accounts, hacking into things. So that leads into that problem, yes. But at the end of the day, I think that's less of a problem than the cheating itself and constantly making accounts. Because you can infinitely make accounts and infinitely cheat right now. And that's the thing, like, you can be anonymous, right? That's perfectly acceptable. That would just be something along like let's take the umbrella account, right? The The umbrella account should have UI and like privacy settings that can completely and utterly block the information, right? So no one can see it, no one can like you know what I'm saying? Like the only people that see it are like the government that, you know, kind of control those accounts or wherever they're housed, right? Or whoever quote unquote houses those the data for those accounts or whatever, right? And I'm just gonna say this right now. There's no way, shape, or form can you be so anonymous that the government doesn't know you exist. The only way that happens is if you are born secretively, not at a hospital in the middle of nowhere where no one knows you exist. That's the only way it happens. The second you come into town and people start interacting with you, people know you exist. People know that you're there. You know, it now becomes known that you are a person. Now you might not have a social security number because you never went to the DMV, you never, you know, got a birth certificate, you never did anything because you never went to the hospital or anything. So that might be true, but someone knows you are alive now. And someone knows that you are in existence in this world. Um, and like people like that wouldn't be able to make an online account, which means they couldn't be quote unquote 100% anonymous. But I'm just going to throw this out there. If you're trying to be a person that is unknown to everybody and everything in the entire world and you want to hide, you have a real reason for that, then sure. But if not, it's not feasible in this day and age. Literally impossible. Do you have any idea on like how much that you get recorded on a daily basis? Just being on the computer or being out in the world? Like there is no anonymous nowadays. You gonna head to bed? Alright, sounds good. Appreciate you, Dick. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had a good day hanging out with us today. Been a pleasure, as always. What up, mate? How you doing, man? Appreciate you. And I know we've talked about this before, Thor. And like I said, I do agree that there should be a way to hide your presence of like maybe not your entire presence, but like your personal information, right? Your name, you know, your date of birth, your location, like that stuff obviously hidden, right? That stuff does not need to be known. You have a display name for a reason, so you have like an online handle like anybody else would have, you know, name it whatever the fuck you want. That's the only thing people see online, right? They see your digital name and that's it. There's no hey, I'm friends with you. I can see, you know, your real name. I can see where you live. Like that stuff should not be known to anybody. That stuff is all hidden. And like I said, you're not seeing the umbrella account information at that point. The only thing people would be seeing would be the game account information, right? Because when you go to make an account with the umbrella account, right? Let's say you go onto Valorant and you want to make a Valorant account. Okay, you go onto Valorant, you log in with your umbrella account, and then you make an account on Valorant while logged in under the umbrella account. But then from then on, when you log into Valorant, the Valorant is like, all right, that's your Valorant account, that's your information, Bob's your uncle, right? It is what it is, and it's linked to your umbrella account, right? It is what it is. So the only thing people see when you add them to friends on Valorant is your Valorant account information. You know what I'm saying? So you're still, quote unquote, as anonymous as you are now. The only difference is Valorant's company links that account to the umbrella account. So when they ban you for cheating, right, they have a unique identifier to prevent you from making another account. So when you go to make the account again, you can't because it says, oh, well, this umbrella account has already been banned. Bro, people are against everything, Thor. People are against cops, right? I can't tell you, like, you go on fucking Google and you watch this shit all fucking day where people get pulled over for speeding and they say, I don't recognize your authority. I'm not going to talk to you. I don't recognize your authority. I don't have to listen to you. Like, you're legitimately fucking speeding. You ran a red light. You crashed into a vehicle, like whatever the fuck, and you refuse to talk to me because you don't recognize a police officer as a person of authority that you have to listen to. Like, people are that, like, just blatantly, like, I don't even know how you even want to think about it, but it's like they're entitled, they're delusional, they're fucking, I don't even fucking know. I don't know how to even explain it. But people think that they can do what they want when they want because the rules don't apply to them because they don't agree with the system. So they think that they can just do their own thing, their own system, and they don't have to abide by the rules and regulations that everybody else has to because they don't agree with them. That's not how the world works. If that's how the world works, we would live in anarchy because everybody would be like, well, I don't agree with that, so I'm not going to do that. Like, people were going to, like, it would be as stupid as people saying, oh, I think you should be allowed to murder people, and then they would murder people and be like, well, I shouldn't be able to have to go to jail because I don't agree with that law. That's not how it works. It's a law for a reason. If laws weren't in place to prevent people from doing things, then people would do whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted, however they wanted, and it would just be complete and utter anarchy. And then at that point, you'd be like, well, why isn't anybody doing anything about these people? It's like, because you started this by saying you don't, recognize our authority and you weren't going to listen to us because you didn't agree with the system. So it opened the door for all these other people to do whatever they wanted. Well, that's stupid because the stuff that they're doing is obviously wrong. It's like, yeah, well, that's your opinion. In their opinion, it's not wrong. So now do you see the slippery slope you put us in, you stupid fucking ignorant pieces of shit? Like, that's the problem with this day and age, man. People are so entitled and they just feel like what they think is gospel, and like doesn't matter what anybody else says, thinks, or does. If it's not something that they can understand or it's not something that they believe in, it doesn't exist. It doesn't matter. They don't need to listen to it, follow it, or care about it. It's just fucking mind-blowing, the shit that people think and do and just believe in nowadays. It's absolutely crazy. It's something as simple as common courtesy and just being a respectful person. Like, there's rules, like I said, sometimes rules and laws, they change over time because the culture changes, people change, things happen, things become outdated and no longer necessary or obsolete. Like, it makes sense, right? Like, take some of the silly laws from back in the day, right? In Florida, there used to be a law that says that you had to tie up your elephant whenever you were like going into a store. You couldn't leave your elephant unattended. Bro, who the fuck has an elephant as a fucking, like, as a riding companion or whatever? Like, you know what I mean? It's not like a fucking horse. You know what I'm saying? An elephant. Or you're not allowed to mow your lawn in flip-flops. I mean, that's just common sense. But I'm just saying, there's a law. Like, look at these silly laws. Right? Like, there's silly ass laws. Skateboarding without a license in Florida. You need a driver's license to operate a skateboard legally. Right? Releasing balloons. Releasing 10 or more balloons at once is illegal. Singing in a swimsuit. Singing while wearing a swimsuit is prohibited. You see what I'm saying? Like, there are stupid fucking, like, laws that no one follows or no one even fucking knows, right? But those, like, they become obsolete. As I'm saying, like, mate, you look it up for wherever you live, right? There's silly laws in, like, every state that cops don't enforce, but they're technically laws. But they get changed, they get modified, they get updated, or just become obsolete and no longer, used, right? But they still are laws. But the common ones, like, don't murder people, don't steal, drive within, like, safety regulations of posted signs. Like the simple stuff, right? The simple common sense shit that people think that, oh, well, speed limits don't apply to me. You know, rule guidelines don't apply to me. I can drive whatever way I want on any road I want, however fast or slow I want. You know, like they don't care, and it's fucking crazy. Like, how can you honestly sit there and say that you can drive 200 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone? Like, how is that even safe? Oh, thanks, mate. I appreciate it. Like, people are just dumb. Like, I remember I watched this lady. She got pulled over for speeding. The cop walked up to her window and said, "Hey, can I, As she walked up, the lady had her phone out and she was recording. She's like, "I'm recording this." She's like, "Okay, you can do that." She's like, "Why did I get pulled over?" She's like, "Well, you were speeding. I clocked you at like 55 and like a 45 or something like that." She's like, "Okay, well, can you prove that to me? Can you show me where I was speeding?" He's like, "Yeah, it's on the dark cam, and And she's like, "Well, let me see it." It's like, I can't show you that. That means that she would have to let her out of the car, get into the cop car to actually see it and everything. It's against policy to do any of that, right? So she's like, "I can't show it to you, but I have the proof, blah blah blah." She's like, "Well, I don't believe you unless I can see it. I don't believe you, and I don't respect what you say, blah blah blah." I mean, she didn't say respect, but she was basically just giving her a hard time, saying she's not going to comply with anything until she proves that she was speeding. She's like, "Well, if I was speeding, how did you pick me out of the crowd of all the other cars that were all going the same speed?" She's like, "I don't know about the other cars on the road, miss, but I clocked you at 55. She's like, "Yeah, but there's other cars in front of me that were going the same speed or faster." She's like, "Yeah, that might have been true. All I know is I clocked you at 55. It's like, "Well, how did you pick me out of all the other people?" So the lady was trying to play this like race card or something. It felt like in the whole video, she was like complaining and like, "Well, why'd you pick me? Well, why'd you pick me? Why me? There was other people. Why was it me?" It's like she was trying to like, I don't know. It was like she's trying to like paint this victim kind of thing where I was unjustly picked out of a fucking group of people kind of thing. That's what it felt like in the video, and it was so annoying. And then basically it boiled down to they were just asking for her ID, asking for her ID. "Can we just see your ID? I won't give you my ID. I want to talk to your manager. I want to talk to your manager. I'm not giving you my ID. I'm not giving you my ID. I'm not giving you my ID." And then another guy shows up. It wasn't technically the supervisor, right? But he asked as well, and they wouldn't give her the ID, and blah blah blah, and all this other nonsensical shit. And she just kept complaining, and she kept asking for their names and their badge numbers, and saying this was unjust and that she was unfairly picked out of a group of people and all this other shit. They're like, "Man, that's fine and dandy. We just need your ID so we can run you, and we can just let you go. With a citation to come, to court and fight this. It's not that serious." And she wouldn't give them their ID, wouldn't give them. Finally, they got to the point where like, "All right, we've been asking for your ID for like an hour. Just if you don't, you get one more chance. If you don't give us your ID, we're gonna break the window and we're gonna put you under arrest." Like, "No, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. I'm not giving you my ID. I want to speak to your supervisor." Then a fucking tow truck shows up and parks right in front of her car and starts putting her car on the tow truck while she's still sitting in it, and she's freaking out about it. She's like, "Why are you towing my car?" It's like, "Because you're not complying. You're going to be under arrest if you do not give me your ID." Like, "I don't have to. I don't have to." Long story short, the window got broken. She started screaming, "What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Oh my God, why are you doing this? I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong." They're like, "You're under arrest for not providing, identification when prompted, blah, blah, blah. You aren't following lawful orders." They even specifically said, "Miss, I am going to give you a lawful order to show me your identification," multiple times, and then she refused to show her identification. So they ripped her out of the car, put her in handcuffs, threw her in the back of the car, and towed her vehicle and everything. And what was even funnier is the car that she was driving was a rental. And she said she worked for, when she was in the back of the car, she finally was willing to somewhat have a conversation with these people. And she's like, well, I work for a rental car agency, and funny enough, I'm looking for a stolen car. Like, huh. Fucking convenient. You know what I mean? Like, now you have a convenient story, like bullshit. Like, why didn't you call the cops? Well, I did. Okay, then why are you looking for this car? Like, the fuck? Like, what is your deal, lady? Seriously, what the fuck is your deal? This is fucking crazy, man. People are fucking nuts. Like, not gonna lie, people are absolutely fucking bonkers nowadays.
Weary traveler, orcs have come down from the mountains. What business have you with the Lord and Lady?
Ugh. But yeah, like how, like that's the shit that we have to deal with this day and age. Is people just blatantly and utterly just refusing to cooperate with people because they don't agree with something, or they think that they're unjustly being accused of something, and they try to play the fucking victim card the whole time. And like, oh, seriously, just fucking do what's asked of you. It's not that fucking hard. Like, you don't want to be arrested? All right, just do what they're fucking asking you to do. And don't get me wrong, this is coming from a place of like, you know, I haven't had to deal with it, right? And I do know there are people in the world that do get unjustly accused of things, and you know, people that have preconceptions of people, right? They see them and instantly think that they're fucking guilty just because of like where they live or how they dress or whatever the fuck. I do know that does happen. Like I said, I'm not dismissing that in any way, shape, or form. And this lady, you know, she could have been a, you know, she could have had that happen to her in the past. It is, you know, like I said, I don't know anything about it, but that's fucking crazy. Like, you would think if you've been unjustly, like, you know, accused of something, or you know, whatever the fuck has happened to you in the past, that you would want to work with them, like at least give them your ID, like showing them your identification so they can run your name, and make sure you're not like a serial killer, or you don't have any warrants out for your arrest, or make sure you're an upstanding citizen in some way, like showing them who you are, and in no way, shape, or form should be a problem. Right? Now, if they're asking you to get out of the car, that's a different story, right? Like, okay, I'm not getting out of my car, not without like some like real proof that I need to be getting out of this car, right? Like, I don't trust you are who you say you are, because I have a big trust thing, right? If a cop randomly pulled me over and was like, "Hey, I need you to step out of the car," I'm gonna look at him and be like, how do I know you actually work for the cops?" Right? You could just be wearing a random fake uniform with a fake badge with like a decorated car. Like, I don't know you are who you say you are. Right? So before I do any of this, I need to verify you are who you say you are. Like, that's acceptable, right? Calling 911, saying, "Hey, I'm being pulled over by a cop right now. They're asking me to step out of my vehicle. I want to, before I comply with this person, I just want to make sure they are who they say they are, and this is, you know, a valid person of law enforcement," right? That is completely and utterly within your rights to be able to do, depending on the situation. Obviously, if you're being fucking a menace to society, you're holding up a gun, and you know, you're endangering people's lives, it's a different story. But if it's something as simple as a simple traffic stop, like you know, you're speeding, or you change lanes without fucking signaling, or you know, something like that, you know what I mean, you have the right to verify that they are who they say they are before complying. Not saying you won't comply. It's not saying that you refuse, you know, to recognize them or anything. It's not being obnoxious. It's nothing like that. It's purely for safety reasons. You want to verify that, you know, you're not going to be murdered getting out of your car for this person, believing them at face value that they are who they are. Oh, I literally couldn't tell you anything about that stuff, mate. I don't watch the news. I don't follow that shit. I don't care about that shit. Like, yes, in theory, that kind of stuff does impact me in some way, shape, or form in my life. But at the end of the day, ignorance is bliss. If Pumpkin Man wants to fucking do some crazy weird shit in the public's eye and piss off people, or say some dumbass shit, like, it doesn't directly impact me most of the time, if ever. So why do I need to like follow it and worry about it and care about it? You know what I'm saying? Like I just, like I said, ignorance is bliss at that point. And that's the thing too, Thor, is like if you're asked to provide ID and you do not provide ID, you will be arrested. No and ifs, buts about it. You will be arrested because they don't know who you are. Right? If they cannot prove who you are and they do not know who you are, they will arrest you until they can figure out who you are. There's no way around that. And once again, too, Thor, the whole law enforcement getting worse and worse. I don't personally believe they're getting worse. I personally believe the problem lies in the fact that people are making their lives worse for the cops. You know, making things more difficult for them, which in turn is making them treat people worse in theory, right? So I think it's like a two-pronged approach here is people are making cops' lives miserable and dealing with that day in and day out makes the cops a little bit more abrasive and rude and obnoxious to people that aren't complying or aren't being polite or whatever. So it kind of has this revolving door. It's just like cheaters make more cheaters, right? One cheater cheats on somebody, that person, you know, cheats on the next person, and then that person cheats on the next person. It's like a revolving door. It's the same thing with like when it comes to public servants. If you're being a fucking dick to this person and you're treating them like shit and you're making their life a living hell, they're going to kind of remember this going forward in their life that people do this, people treat them this way, and they're less likely to be as helpful in the future for other people that are slightly abrasive or slightly rude or not listening or whatever. They've become less and less tolerant of people over the years. And then on top of that, um, they're in such stressful situations so long and so much every single day. You know, it's crazy. Like I would never want to be a cop or a security guard or anything like that because you could be walking up to a fucking 12-year-old. You think that's a 12-year-old. You think it's safe to walk up to him all nonchalant and, you know, not be on guard. And the motherfucker could pull out a fucking gun and shoot you in the face. Like, you just don't know. You could be walking up to a car because they ran a stop sign and then boom, the car explodes. Like, you just don't know what you're walking into and you don't know who you're walking up to. So, like I said, I don't put a lot of blame on cops per se because I'm just saying if you did their job for even a fraction of the time that they deal with it and see and be treated the way that they get treated and be put in the stressful situations that they're in on a regular basis, you might think about it differently, right? If your life is constantly in jeopardy, every time you talk to somebody, you don't know if you're going to be shot or stabbed, right? You just don't know. So, like, if you're constantly living in that state of fear, how do you think you're gonna feel or react, you know, going forward? For every single person you talk to, and you're in the back of your mind is like, is this person gonna stab me? Is this person gonna shoot me? Is this person gonna try and kill me? Like, if that's all you can think about 24/7, every time you're interacting with another person or you're about to interact with somebody, how do you think that like mentally makes you like feel and how draining that could be and you know how that would impact your interactions with other people like do you think it would like cause a problem you know what I mean like that's the problem I see from my standpoint, right? Like a person that has been in the military that you know has had somewhat stressful things of being shot at and things like that. Nothing crazy, right? You know, because I never was actually deployed. But you know, I've still had some stressful things of people, you know, doing crazy shit, treating me like shit, you know, whatever, right? And I've had to deal with these people in a less stressful situation than police officers on a less regular basis, and I can fucking I can tell you without a doubt that I feel for fucking cops, and I would never want to be one because those guys have it rough. That's fucked, Thor. See, I don't I don't know what the situation was. I ain't gonna pry. I ain't gonna ask. You don't. I don't even really want you to say what it was, but I can understand partially how if you call for like X reason, right? You call the cops and you say, "Hey, I need help," blah blah blah, right? They're like, "Okay, well that doesn't really like I can understand like some of the things that people call for you might think are for cops. Not saying you were wrong, right? I want to say that what you were calling for was probably right because you called the other people and they told you to call the cops. Like obviously you were doing what was supposed to be, but the cops on their side, like there's a disconnect in that specific scenario between the people that the cops think you should handle it and the the other people thinking the cops should handle it. There's that disconnect. It's like, hey, I called the cops, they told me to call you, you're telling me to call the cops won't deal with it, so what do I do? And at that point neither one of them have an answer for you because neither one of them want to take ownership of it and deal with it. I don't want to say it's the cops fault, but I don't want to say it's the other people's fault. I think it's an actual like complete and utter just information just clusterfuck of a disconnect between the two, understanding who actually owns like ownership of that situation. And like I said, like that's I feel like that not a unique situation, but the few times that my wife has called the cops for whatever reason, they've been very helpful. At least here. Like I said, I don't know about where you live. I don't know how your stuff works. But every time that she's called, they have replied, they've responded, they've taken the information down and done what they needed to do. Like I said, like I can't speak for other countries, I can't speak for other people and other people's situations. I can just speak from my personal experience. Um, but that's actually crazy to think that they would fucking hang up on you.
The Golden Host
That's
is
fucking
advancing
nuts.
to cross the river armed.
Actually ridiculous.
We aid the dwarves. It was folly for them to return to Moria.
It is no small matter to enter Lothlorien. The Lady Galadriel must be told of the evils the dwarves have disturbed within Moria.
Oh, we did level though. We hit 66. That's huge.
We do not allow outsiders into the Golden Wood.
The Lord and Lady have
I had to pee really quick. Hold on. Oh, alright. See, I didn't think that is one of those gray areas, I think, because I think cops do handle that, but only handle certain parts of it. But I don't know who actually deals with it, if I'm being honest. That's a good one. Okay. I could see that one being a weird one. And that's the thing too, Thor, is I feel like majority of the time when cops are more or less actively seen doing jobs and doing their, what they need to do, and it's usually in those higher risk situations where people are actually in danger, people are actually having, lives are possibly gonna die. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. Obviously, they jump into action at that point for sure, unless they're a dog shit ass cop. But um, you also have like the just traditional fucking traffic cops, right? or you got the, you know, investigative cops as well, you know, the detectives that deal with like, you know, robberies and homicides and things like that. You have those cops as well, technically, but you don't typically see those ones unless you're part of that situation as much. Like if you're not part of the robbery, you don't typically see that those types of cops. If you're not part of like the homicide or the investigation for that, you don't typically see that kind of stuff either, I don't think. Um and then like I said, you do see the cops out and about with my nose itches, sorry, for like traffic violations and traffic problems. You do see that as well. But yeah, like typically, like other than that, you don't really see cops all that much usually. I feel like this, I think this has a. I think there's a thing for that, a deed for that. I'm not 100%, but yeah, like I am curious who to call when your identity is stolen. If you suspect your identity has been stolen, immediately report it to FTC and your local police. So it's technically you call both. I don't know who FTC is, but it's Federal Trade Commission commissions. But yeah, you're supposed to file a police report. That's what I'm saying. It's like they technically cops do something, but there's not much they can do with an identity theft, right? There's not a lot of information. There's not a lot that they can like figure out because it's all like usually all like behind the scenes kind of stuff, right? Like they can't really access most of that stuff. So they're not very helpful in that kind of sense. Come on. Yeah, so it's just animals, so I don't have to actually fight those specifically. I can just like do deer or bear or whatever. I mean, if I'm being honest, I've never had a bad cop. Me personally, like specifically talking about my personal experience, I've never had a bad cop because a few times that I've ever run into cops, like either I got pulled over by one, they were really nice, right? I was really respectful and I apologized and everything, you know. Didn't really mean to be speeding. I didn't realize I was speeding. Um, they, you know, understood. They talked to me for a few minutes and they let me go. You know, not a big deal. Another time I got pulled over for speeding. I was really speeding, and he brought me back into his squad car and had a conversation with me. Gave me a speeding ticket, you know, but sent me on my way. Was a really nice guy, you know, not a big deal. And then another time I got pulled over. Wasn't technically speeding, but they were suspicious of my vehicle and the speeds that I was driving and stuff. That wasn't really speeding, but it seemed to be like intentionally trying to like fly under the radar or some shit. I don't know how they explained it, but it was fucking awkward. Basically, they pulled me over and they thought they could smell weed coming out of my like vehicle. I've never smoked weed a day in my life, FYI. Like literally never once. And I'm like, well, I've never smoked weed before, so I don't know why you're smelling weed, but okay. And they're like, well, can we sobriety test you? I'm like, sure. And let's just say they did a sobriety test on me and they said it was inconclusive, which is complete and utter bullshit because I've never done drugs in my life and I didn't drink. I hadn't drank in like a year at this point. So there ain't no way I was under any type of influence in any way, shape, or form. And they said I was questionably under the influence. And their main proof, which was fucking horseshit, was you know, maybe walk a line, they made me stand on my, you know, my foot or whatever. And then they said, hey, close your eyes, lean your head back. I said, okay. Seems a little odd, right? And they flashed their flashlight in my face without warning. And it made me like squint and my eyes to flutter, right? Because, I mean, it was fucking abrupt out of nowhere, bright ass light. Even though my eyes were closed, it was still fucking bright as shit. And she's like, well, since your eyes flickered, you're questionably under the influence. I'm like, you? Oh, I was mad. I was actually pissed. I was like, oh, well, I don't know what to tell you. I've not smoked anything. I've not taken any drugs. I haven't smoked, you know, drinking any alcohol. I haven't done any of this. I'll take a blood test if you want me to. But, like, there's no way I'm under any type of influence. And if you're, I even told her, I said, if you're gonna say that I'm questionably under the influence because my eyes fluttered when you flashed a flashlight into them without warning, then I will bring this to court and fight this one. It's like, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm not trying to be mean. It's just, that isn't enough to say that I'm high. Because you don't know my medical situation. You should have warned me before flashing a flashlight in my face. Because if I had a medical condition and you did that, you could have caused me to, like, go into a seizure. You could have caused me to, like, you know, a bunch of other problems. And I think she realized she fucked up. And she's like, okay, well, I won't keep you for, you know, any more of your time. But, you know, could you just try to follow the speed limits, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, you know, not a big deal. Thank you for your time, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like, we parted ways and we called it a day. But that was the first and only time I'd ever been, like, pissed at a cop. I've had cops pointing guns at me before, okay? I've gotten pulled over by, like, 15 cops, and they all had their guns drawn at me. So, I mean, and I wasn't even mad at them for that. I was a smart ass, but I wasn't even mad at him for it. That shit was a funny one. I was driving in like a really shady part of town, dropping off a friend from school. And, you know, I saw this cop following me. I'm like, okay, whatever. You know, I'm driving the speed limit. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. And then after about 5 minutes of him following me, I see another cop. Okay, whatever. And then finally, like 5 minutes later, I pull up to a stop sign, you know. Another stop sign. I've already gone through like 5 of them. And he flips on his lights. So I pull through, I pull into a parking lot, and I stop my car. And he walks up to my car, and he's standing a few feet away with his hand on his pistol. And I'm like, okay, that's a little aggressive. Okay. I roll my window down, and I was like, how can I help you? And he's like, do you have any tattoos? And I had a double take for a second. I looked at this cop. I said, what? He says, do you have any tattoos? I said, no. And his response was, are you sure? I said, do you want me to get out and strip? Like, are you fucking kidding me right now, bro? Like, you're gonna straight pull me over and the first thing you ask me is, do I have tattoos? I tell you no, and you ask me if I'm sure. Like, are you fucking high? Like, I was dumbfounded. I was legit dumbfounded by that fucking response. And then he relaxed a little bit when I was a dick about it. And he's like, okay, well, I don't mean to cause you any problems. We're looking for a man that fits your description, driving a similar liking car. And he's supposedly, he has tattoos, blah, 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 and we're trying to find him. I said, hey, that's fine. You do what you got to do, man. I'm not gonna hold you up here. I promise you, I don't have any tattoos. I don't know this person you're looking for. I just dropped off a friend that lives down here. All I was doing down here, keep looking. Like I don't want to take away from your search. I don't want to like slow you down at all. Find who you got to find. I hope you find the man or the woman, whoever you're looking for. And like, okay, sorry to take up your time, And then I turn around and there's literally like 7 cop cars, and they're all standing there with their guns out. I'm looking. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is wrong with this situation, bro? This is crazy. That shit was nuts, man. I've never been treated like that before. That shit was crazy. And what was even funnier is I was literally right across the street from a gas station. I needed gas. So I went across the street. I went to the gas station, you know, and started putting gas in my car. And this guy, he walks up to me. And he's like, hey man, do you need anything? I got everything. I got what you need. I promise I got what you need. And I looked at this dude. I'm pouring across the street. I was like, bro, are you dumb? Do you not see the 10 cop cars right across the street from us? Like, what are you thinking? And he just looked at me. He's like, what, man? I'm just trying to help you, man. I'm just trying to get you anything you need. I'm like, do you want me to just go and tell the cops that you're over here doing this? He's like, no, man, no, it's fine, it's fine. And he just like stormed off. And I'm like, are you fucking dense? What the fuck is your deal, bro? People are dumb. Like I said, I've met cops out in, you know, out in town, you know, I've talked to them here and there. Like, they're pretty nice people. I even have a bunch that like live in like neighborhoods that I go to all the time, and like they're pretty nice people. It's they're just regular people. It's just when they're on duty and they're doing their jobs, it's so stressful. Like, they are different people on duty. They just 100% are. And like I said, I do not fault them for that in any way, shape, or form. Like, until you put yourself in their situation, you can't truly understand how it feels and why they are the way they are. Like, just look at all the situations of like cops being killed over the years. Like, oh, this cop was shot dead at a traffic stop purely for asking for someone's identification. Or this cop was shot dead walking up to a vehicle by a fucking a wanted criminal because they didn't want to get caught. And like, there's so many cops that just get killed at traffic acts, you know, violations from people because they don't know what they're about to walk into. It happens. How stressed out would you be to know that every time you walked up to a car, that could be the last time you do anything? It's so stressful, man. And people don't care. They're just like, well, they should treat me with respect. It's like, they're trying to. Most of the time, they're trying to. Not always. Don't get me wrong. Not always. But most of the time, they do try, I think. I feel like most of the time, they are truly trying to be genuinely good to everybody they talk to. Sometimes it gets misconstrued, lost, or it can be difficult to be nice to certain people. But I do think that they do try. Because if they come up and they ask you a specific question and they're met with just stubbornness or unwillingness to, you know, comply and things like that, I could see, you know, that instantly escalating to them being, okay, well, you're not complying with what I'm asking, you're making things difficult, so I'm gonna treat you like a shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I could see that being a thing. I could easily see the cops like flipping on a dime and having that problem, right? Yo, what up, Google? Giggle, giggle, giggle. Giggity, giggity. Damn, you lost it again, Giggle? That blows. That sucks. How you been, Giggle? How's the life? Life, wife, you know, stuff and things. Wife, good. That's good. That's good. That is good. Appreciate you for stopping in. Always a pleasure to hang out. Hey, Giggle, I got a quick question for you. So, I know you stream every once in a while. I don't know if you've ever gotten paid by Twitch all that much or if you have yet. But have you seen the new thing that they put out not that long ago where they're like, hey, you can opt in to have your Twitch revenue put into your Twitch wallet to use on Twitch. Why the fuck would I do that? Like, do you think that's dumb? Like, what? Like, unless you're gonna, like, not take taxes out, right? Unless you're gonna, like, tax free me and give me all of my money and maybe not take as much of a percentage of my earnings, right? You're gonna give me more money, but leave it in the wallet on your website. I could understand it, right? But if you're still taking the same amount of taxes out, you're still taking the same percentage cut, but you want me to leave it on your website so I can use it only on your website, you're fucking high. Like, imagine. That would be like you working at, like, McDonald's, right? And your weekly paycheck goes into a McDonald's account that you can only use at McDonald's. How does that help you pay your fucking bills? Wait, you can make money without being affiliate now? Bro, make an affiliate is like so fucking easy. I'm just gonna tell you this right now, like I'm gonna be blunt about it. If you can't make affiliate, you're not gonna make money anyway. Even if you could technically make money, right? The odds of you making any money without hitting the criteria to be affiliate is so impossible and so randomly, like, random. Like, that's just stupid. But I get it, Giggle. Like, you don't stream very often, so hitting affiliate would be a little harder because, you know, obviously 50 followers and averaging 3 viewers per stream and streaming X amount of time in a month, like, it's pretty easy to hit. But if you only stream once every once in a while, then you never hit it. But fine. That's what I'm saying, Giggle. All you would have to do is stream like 3 days in a row, or 3 days in like the time period, and average like 3 viewers. And it's not hard to hit 3 viewers. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Especially streaming like Eidolon. Right? There's not a lot of people that stream Eidolon, especially certain times of the day, and there's enough people to hit over 3. Promise you that. And boom, you're affiliate. You never have to look back. But I'm just saying. Now, they're like, oh, you can make money even if you're not affiliate. It's like, can I though? Can I really? It's like, bro, come on. Let's be real. Yeah, but that's the thing about Eidolon 2, Giggle, is like, all you have to do is have a few scenes, right? It's a little bit of work, but have a few scenes where Eidolon is like a small section, right? While you have one game as your main, and then maybe another small window for the other game, right? And then you switch scenes, so the game that was up here is not the main game, and then the game that was the main game is now the small game, and then you have another scene where Eidolon is the main game, and then the other one's down, like, you know what I mean? So like the games, like you always have all 3 games on the screen, but depending on which one you're actively like mainly clicking on or talking about or whatever is the main focus, and then the other 2 games are the small games in the background. Perfectly acceptable. And on top of that, you can technically, in my opinion, you can stay in one category without having to change categories for the different games, because it's still technically on the screen and you're still technically playing it, right? That's just like people playing Black Desert Online while also playing RuneScape, right? They sit there and play RuneScape the whole time that they're AFKing in Black Desert Online. Black Desert Online is playing in the background. You can see it playing in the background while RuneScape is overlaid on top of it. So RuneScape is like a third of the screen, and BDO is the whole back part, and then they're allowed to sit in BDO because BDO is still technically on the screen. So there's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, if you want to play multiple games, go right ahead. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Actually encouraged, in my opinion, because Eidolon can be a game of little to nothing to do sometimes, where you're just sitting there cranium cooking and just doing nothing but talking, right? So playing another game while it's cranium cooking and you're just having conversations with people and answering questions, helping people out, perfectly acceptable. I honestly would say, Giggle, I know you like have a weird like time period where you can stream and stuff, but with Griffey being on hiatus, it opens the door for that time slot. Like, there's other people that stream in that time slot, and I'm not saying you're as entertaining as Griffey, because Griffey was a very entertaining person, but all those people, those 100, 200 people that watch him, now have to find someone else to watch in that time slot that they normally would be watching Griffey hanging out, regardless of what game he's playing. So they're spreading out to other streamers that they typically would watch, but there are still some that do want to hang out and watch Eidolon content. It's available. I know some people are trying to fill that gap, but they're not the right people. Like, I occasionally go into the Eidolon section just to see who's streaming, and I'm just like, yeah, this is boring. Like, the reason I feel like Griffey did so well in the Eidolon section is because, yes, he played Eidolon, yes, he had conversations the whole time about it, answered people's questions and helped people, but it felt like it wasn't so much the Eidolon content we were watching. We were just fucking... It was more or less just a conversation with chat busting his balls most of the time, and like it was just a back and forth banter between him and his viewers while talking about like content. He just had a very good recipe that he did a very good job of like utilizing to his advantage. One of the few streamers that I watch, or that was watching, that I truly like enjoyed hanging out in there, even if I didn't know what he was playing or whatever. Like, don't get me wrong, I like going to watch Summit and Shroud and Timac and all these other people, but I watch them because their game interactions are gold, right? Not so much that their personality is absolutely hilarious and great and whatever. I watch them because like their interactions with their friends or the situations they get into in the games and the funny situations that happen in the games. Like Timac's GTA RPing and just listening to him, just the situations that happen to him, it just is really funny and stuff like that. And like other people in the same situation. Like, I watch them for those reasons. I don't watch them just to listen to the banter, right? I don't watch them just to listen to them yap. It was literally the one person that I could literally throw on in the background and listen to yap for hours and just not hate it. But I hope he's doing well. Hope he gets better, and he can get back to streaming at some point. But only time will tell. I have been trying to push more people to start streaming that I do have come in and chat with me. Because a lot of people that come in and chat with me are also fellow, like, higher tier gamers, right? Like, I'm in, like, the lower echelon of gaming. I'm, like, more like an average gamer across the board of any game I play. And some of you guys that come in here are, like, top tier, like, players. And, like, you guys have a lot to offer people in general. Like, your knowledge and experience and stuff is, like, could really help people a lot. I usually try to, like, encourage you guys to stream if you can. If you have, like, the time and whatnot, and the consistency to be able to do it. It's definitely worth it. Not saying you're gonna make money, but it would help people. Oh, does he post in his Discord? That's good. At least he's staying like connected with people. But that's the thing, Thor, is like most people fall into one of two categories. They're either an unnatural gamer or a natural gamer, right? And natural gamers typically can like jump into any game with like little to no effort and kind of just be okay at it. But they kind of cap out like um like experience wise and like whatnot. They kind of cap out real early. Like they never get to like a really high rank. Like if we're talking League of Legends, they don't typically get to like diamond and platinum and things like that very often. But they can get to like gold pretty easy. Like on average in most of the games, they can get to like that kind of middle ground pretty easily, without a whole lot of effort or training or whatever. It's just it kind of comes to them naturally. And somebody that I would say is kind of an anomaly, but is also a gaming like legend almost. But he's like a natural gamer, but it's because he's just been playing for so long, it just comes naturally. Is like Shroud. Like he's just such a high tier because of how long he's been gaming and doing the same thing since he was like fucking 5 years old or whatever. Like it just comes naturally to him. But then there's other people that jump into a game and just struggle right off the bat because the gaming doesn't come naturally to them and they struggle. So they have to put more effort in and more practice and more this and more that. But those people typically, on average, have a higher like skill ceiling. They usually are the ones that can get to those higher ranks over time with enough effort and practice and stuff. Like I said, the natural gamers can too, can get to the higher ranks as well. I just feel like it's harder for them to break through their own ceiling because they have to get out of their own natural habits. With an unnatural gamer, since it's not natural to them, they have to develop their habits. They have to develop their things, right? Their practices and stuff. So they develop it over time, and it gets better and better. But natural gamers already have them like kind of built from game to game. It's already there, and it kind of holds them back in some situations. Yeah, I can only imagine, mate. You're streaming and your bird's like, rah, rah. It's like, shut up, bird. You just be a bird stream. There was this one streamer, mate. It's obviously not bird, so it's like kind of not the same thing. But she used to stream Minecraft, and her computer was so bad she could barely stream Minecraft. But then she started playing Arknights, and she started streaming that a lot. She got really big in the Arknights community, but she she had a ferret stream. She had her ferrets like always on camera, always like running around the bed and hanging out with them and sleeping cameras and stuff like that. It was really cool to have like pet cams of her ferrets. It was different. It was I don't know, I thought it was kind of cool. Like I feel like those types of people like they have not something niche per se, but it's kind of different and cool because they incorporate their animals into the streams. Now, people do it with their cats and their dogs sometimes and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong. But when you have something different like a bird or a snake or, like a ferret or something, like I feel like it just hits different.
In these dark days, we must work together or flee.
And yeah, like obviously you would need a way to stream, like either like a laptop or you don't want to be streaming on just your phone the whole time because then you're like multitasking on your phone. You're streaming on the phone to the thing, but you're also reading the chat on the phone and you're doing everything on the phone. And like the phone would die really fast and put a lot of stress on the phone and stuff like that. It would be kind of a pain in the ass to do everything all on the phone. And like you said, like then you have to deal with your birds. Obviously, if you're self-conscious about your voice, I mean, that could go away with time. Like because most people don't really care what you sound like. I mean, some people come in and they'll be dicks about it. But most people, like, they just get used to the voice and they just don't bother them all that much. And yeah, Thor, like that is a problem too. Is like if you don't have like streamers will talk about it all the time. Is like they just won't stream some days because they just don't. They're not feeling it, right? They don't have the energy. They don't have the enthusiasm. They're just not in like the right mind space. Like if you're not kind of hyped up, energetic, kind of just awake and in the mood, it shows on your stream. Like there's nights you guys come in here and you can tell I'm tired. You can tell I'm not feeling my game or whatever it is. And it shows because I'm grumpy, I'm either not that talkative or I'm complaining the whole time. You know what I mean? It's just like you can tell the difference between me being like in a good mood, me being like awake, alert, enjoying my time, like you can just tell. You always can tell. So it like, and with you having like I would say for you specifically, since you struggle with your sleep schedule quite often, streaming on a schedule could be hard because what if you didn't sleep the day before and then you're like, well, now I got a 5 hour stream ahead of me. It's like I ain't streaming today, too tired, right? So then your schedule kind of goes out the window a little bit, and then people, if you don't stream on schedule, then it kind of throws people off, and people are you know creatures of habit. Like they want things at the same time, the same days, blah 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 blah. Which is why my stream struggles so much, is because I'm bi-weekly and really throws a wrench in people's shit. So yeah, like I said, streaming's not for everybody, but like I said, I have been and I do tend to recommend people stream more and more often. That more or less the people that I know are good at games or that I think would be like entertaining people to chat with or have conversations with. But not just those people, like just even people I don't think would be a good streamer. I do recommend it, like for them to at least try it, because you never know if you're gonna like something until you try it, right? You don't know what you don't know. Basically, what it boils down to, right? So trying something for a little while is more than enough most of the time just to see if you like it. And obviously, like that's also hard because when you first start streaming, you have no one to talk to. You have no one to entertain. You have no one to stream to. So it's like, oh, I didn't like it because there was no, it was boring. Like I didn't have anybody to talk to. There was no viewers. Blah blah blah. And it takes time to build that stuff. So I don't know. It's a double-edged sword. Like I said, that's typically why I usually like recommend it to people. It's like, hey, why not give it a shot? See if you like it. See if it's something you could like or you could enjoy or you could like you know make work for you or whatever. Because it was game changing for me to start streaming. Like it's stressful sometimes. Like shit, I gotta get online. I gotta stream today. I just want to sleep. I just want to watch anime. I'm not really in the mood, or I don't know what to play. You know what I mean? Like there's things like that. And then obviously sometimes I got some viewers that just put me in a bad mood and stuff like that. So sometimes it's just a little stressful or a little like annoyance. And yeah, there is that. But at the end of the day, like it really helped me a lot because I always struggled to find something to do, find some sort of entertainment, stay awake, and just, I never really looked forward to my days off of work because I would play video games, but I didn't have anybody to play with. I didn't have anybody to chat with, and like I get bored of just gaming solo all the time. And like this really changed that for me, giving me people to chat to, which I'm super thankful that you guys come in here every time and just come and hang out with me because like I feel like not that I'm wanted, right? But like I kind of feel like I'm at a point where when I get online, I'm looking forward to like I know certain people, but not know for a fact, but like I'm pretty confident that certain people are going to show up, and I can have a conversation with some people and kind of make like online friends and acquaintances and relationships and stuff like that. It's like it's kind of comforting and makes me feel better about my lack of social life and friends and just in general being kind of like a homebound nobody that most people just don't enjoy company from. Quick repair. Yo, what up, Tover? You back? You've been chilling. I've never not have your, but I mean, you do play Eidolon, Giggle. Like Eidolon, in my opinion, is like an anomaly of a game, right? There's very few games that, in my opinion, are like Eidolon-esque, and the reason I say that is because like there are a lot of people that do want to watch it, and what I mean by a lot is like at least like 10 plus people, right? Um, but there's not anybody really streaming it, right? Like, for example, when I played Trove, there was like 10, 15 people that streamed Trove periodically, right? Some of them were on schedule, some of them weren't, but in the time slot that I would stream, there wasn't very many people that would stream, maybe 5 people. And most of them were like AFK or doing dumb shit or whatever, but like with very little streamers, but having a group of like 100, 200 people that want to watch the game, they would spread out amongst the people to find something that they liked, and you always had viewers. Same thing with like Dauntless. Eidolon is a key one as well, because there's not, like with Eidolon being an idle game, is there might be 3 people streaming it, but 2.5 of them might be AFK, not actually at their computer, right? Like you never know on a game like that. Like if someone, are they actively there? Are they talking to chat? Are they actually communicating? Are they there? Or is it just like an AFK stream? Like what is it? And even like with Lotro, there's not a lot of streamers, but there are people that do enjoy watching. And don't get me wrong, there's more people that stream Lotro than the other games. But I would say there's only like 15 people that stream this game. A majority of them stick to like the top 3 people. But when those people go offline, they spread out usually. Which is why like I got raided by a handful of Lotro streamers when I was streaming Lotro so much. Like 20, 30 people would like come in to chat with us because like we would get rated by one of those higher players or higher streamers, and it just happens. But like I said, Giggle, like I think that's why you always had viewers, because like you streamed in that anomaly game where there is a lot of people that do like watching it and that are getting into it and need like someone to talk to and need help, but there's just no one that streams it. I love all of you people, in your own way. Yeah, that's the thing too, mate. Is like, I'm not saying you're self conscious about it per se, but I was just like throwing out a like, not an analogy, but like a thing, right? Like I was just throwing it out there as like, your voice could be, a contributing factor of why you wouldn't want to, whether you have like a weak constitution, or the more you talk the harder it is for you to keep talking. Like so talking for long periods of time, kind of like what I do, like could be hard for you. Could be something you could get used to, maybe not, maybe you might have to be like a light talker. Like there's a lot of things that you have to work around, but I'm just saying like your voice is a contributing factor. Right, I hate the way I sound. Like, I'm honestly shocked you guys come in here and just listen to me talk all day long, because if I had to listen to myself talk, I would turn it off. I hate the way I sound. Like, it obviously, like, voices sound different to everybody. Like, obviously, my voice sounds different to me while it's, like, in my head, because, like, the vibrations and stuff in my ears, like, it just sounds different to me. But when I hear myself in a third party, like, coming from the outside in, holy God, does it sound wonky. And I'm just like, ugh, who would ever, like, I feel sorry for my wife having to listen to that every fucking day. Makes sense why she tunes me out half the time. Like, it really does. I do not blame her. But I mean, I know a lot of people don't like their voice, and eventually, like, it's just one of those things you got to get used to and just kind of stuck up at a certain point. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, mate. Like everybody, like they hear it a different way. They like certain different things, and some people like my voice, which is, my opinion, fucking awkward. But that's just because I despise my voice. Right? Like I said, a lot of people hate the way they sound. A lot of people think they sound like, a lot of people think that what they think they sound like and what they actually sound like, or what they hear back when they listen to themselves talk, is like, it just drives them insane. Like they just don't like it. Most people are like that. And it's just, yeah, sucks. But it is what it is at the same time, you know? That's why I try my best to not watch my videos and stuff. Like, making a YouTube video is so hard on my fucking soul because I have to re-listen to all of my VOD or all, my entire YouTube video to like make sure everything's said properly and you know the sounds and the vocals and everything are all good. Having to listen to my fucking self for hours makes me want to throw up. It's so disgusting. Oh, you're mining in Hypixel? Oh, okay. Yeah, I just know you were like MIA for a minute. I wasn't sure. We gotta defeat some orcs, set fire to some barricades. Yeah, Dover, you do talk a lot. I mean, it's not particularly a bad thing. It's just hard for me. Like, if I wasn't streaming and you talked as much as you did, it wouldn't be a big deal. My problem is like I don't mute my Discord, like for myself. So I'll be like talking to chat, and it'll be like a lull point where you won't be talking for like 5 seconds, and I'll start talking to chat, and then you start talking, and I'm like, oh my god, my brain can't compute two conversations, right? Or like I'll need to talk to chat, right? Like you'll be talking and I'll look over at chat and I'll see something and I'll have to like try to respond, and my brain literally can't compute the two conversations. My brain can't like listen to what you're saying while thinking about what to say to the it's so hard, and I don't want to be like, hey, shut up for a second. It's not that I couldn't, not that you wouldn't, not that you would like think I'm being an asshole or anything. It's just I don't cut people off, right? I do, but when they're talking about something, I want them to finish what they're saying before I'm like, all right, hold on a second. Let me do this and then we'll talk. Like, I I don't because I don't like people cutting me off like that. I don't like people stopping my thought because once my thought stopped, I don't remember what I was talking about. Blah blah blah. So it's just one of those things that I don't mind talking. I don't mind hanging out and having a conversation. It's just it's so hard, specifically when I'm streaming, because especially since the stream, I don't let the Discord go through to the stream because I mean it's not that you're gonna say anything wrong, but if I ever have somebody else in there, I don't want to have to like worry about turning it on, turning it off. Is it on? Is it not on? Is it off? Is it whatever? Who's in here? Who's not in here? Is someone gonna join? Is someone not gonna join? Like, I don't want to have to worry about all that stuff. And yeah, for the stream, it's kind of weird only hearing a one-sided conversation, but it's safer and easier for me just not to put it to the stream than it is for me to let it go to the stream and chance people doing things they shouldn't. Um, so since I can't hear you, it does cause a little bit of problem because you know, they don't know why I'm not talking. They don't know why I'm, you know, struggling or you know what I mean. They don't know anything that's going on in the background, so it's just like it's hard for them in that situation. So. Bro, Scatha is one of those farms, Tover, that I do when I'm bored and I want to watch anime and just hang out. Because I'll literally just hold down the button, and once I hear that, I turn around, I kill the thing, and then I just AFK for like a minute, and then I just start mining again until I hear the noise again. Then I hit it and kill it. You know, it's something that I can just AFK and not have to think about. I just don't have to put any effort into it. It's kind of nice. That's why like there's a lot of nights more when we were doing Hypixel that I would just go and scout the farm while reading chat because it's just so easy for me just not to. I have literally zero fucking effort. I have zero brain power going into it, and it's just super fucking easy. It's just, it's a very easy farm, but it is also very boring. Also, Tover, I'm kind of in the same boat. I don't like going out in public. I don't like going out and like meeting people or talking with people, or I'm not that kind of person. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm the kind of guy that I don't really talk to people, right? I don't really have conversations with people. I don't really have any friends or anything like that. But once you get me talking, you can't shut me up. It's literally the hard part is getting me to talk. Getting me on a subject or a topic that I'm actually comfortable with talking about. Once you do that, you fucked up. Because getting me to shut up after that is impossible. But at the same time, on the internet, I am a little bit more, I wouldn't say open, but it's a little easier for me to have conversations. Right? Because in person, if I say the wrong thing and I upset somebody, it's a little different than saying something online and upsetting somebody. Right? It's not as in your face personal, and it's a little easier to apologize or whatnot via online than it is if you were to uh do it in person. Like you say something, you upset somebody and they start crying and they run off. Like, how are you supposed to apologize? You're supposed to chase after them?
Oh, yeah.
Yo, Adam Mana. Wait, is that what it says? Adam Manatee. Yo, what up? Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for the raid. It's much appreciated. Welcome in, everybody. My name's Rage. We just got back over into the Lotro scene. We took a hiatus for a little bit, playing some Grim Dawn and some Path of Exiles. But welcome in. We are continuing on with our Moria grind. Man, I hope you had a good stream. And like I said, I super appreciate the raid. Much appreciated. Super generous of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just shot in the dark here. Where I'm assuming you were playing some Lotro as well. How did that go? Thank you for the follow as well. Super generous of you. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's a cool emote though. That bird's crazy. Waka 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 waka. That's so cool. Like the lower, nice, nice. Mind asking? I mean, I know you're probably gonna raid and run like most people do into your night, but um, give a little insight to what you were doing, if you don't mind. Like leveling a new character. Are you brand new to the game? You're a super vet. You've been around 20 years. Got 7,000 characters. Doing some raids. Working on some reputation grinds on your sessions. Deed farming. Anything specific? I mean, like I said, if you gotta go, you gotta go. I'm not gonna hold you up. I just kind of curious, trying to get some background. I like chatting with people, making new friends, you know, stuff and things. As long as it's not real life. It's not real life. Real life, making friends is a little different. But online, totally down. Runekeeper as an ult. Oh, okay, nice. You what's your main if you don't mind me asking? And when you say you played years ago, like you're talking like within like last 5-10 years, and you just were you took a hiatus for a bit and you came back. I can't see shit. Because I mean, by definition, I played years ago, and I'm a returning player. But I would consider myself a brand new player this day and age. Because yeah, I played when it first came out, like originally first came out. Uh, and let's just say, yeah, I didn't even make it past level 10 back then. Hate that.
The Galathrine will need your aid.
Oh man. Oh yeah, a buddy of mine, Dig. He's probably in chat still. I met him playing this. He's playing a blue guardian, and he loves it. It's absolutely insane. And yeah, I was playing Red Bear, and my nickname for Red Bear is Dead Bear. I switched over to Yellow Bear, and it's pretty insane. I use it because like I said, I've been playing with Dig. He's a blue guardian, so I've been playing Yellow Bear, and we basically two-man most dungeons with blue guardian, Yellow Bear, because I can just heal almost the whole time while doing damage. It's a little finicky. It is a little tedious sometimes, but it works. Blue Bear is really strong too, though. Blue Bear is kind of cool and interesting. It heals quite a lot, but it's more like Blue Guardian in a sense at that point, but with more healing. But it's kind of crazy. Oh, you played back in 2007, 2010? Interesting. Okay. 68 Minstrel as well? Oh, okay. And your Runekeeper, I'm assuming is if it's an ult, it's like lower than your 68 Minstrel? For 32 to server recently? Nice! So you're on the big server now? Zoom Bear? Yeah, so I'm gonna throw out this 2 cents here. Yeah, the Zoom Bear is definitely true. You get the movement speed buff when you're level 15. The Wanderlust is really awesome, but he needs to drop Red Bear. Drop Red Bear like a bad habit. Like that shit's terrible. It's cool. It does quite a bit of like burst damage, and it's pretty strong damage wise, but it has no survivability. It's so bad. Oh, Paragon? Got you, got you. But you did move to a bigger server, right? Oh, you're 15? Oh, okay, yeah. So you're like a little baby starter out. Okay, got you. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to tell anybody how to play. This is just my food for thought that I ran into. Red Bear was fine until I got to... There was 2 places I struggled. One place was Lone Lands over here. That was the first place I struggled. And then the second place I struggled was when I got to Angmar. I just struggled. So I highly recommend either A, plays Blue Bear, or B, plays Yellow Bear. Now, that doesn't mean that he can't put points into Red Bear. Right? But basically what you're looking for is on Blue Bear. You get very tanky, so you end up with like more mitigation and more morale, like more total HP, and then you end up with recoup with quick recovery on it, so you have like big heals that you can spam on yourself. And then you get something else here too. I can't remember what it is, but it basically boils down to these things on the side, right? So you as you move your way down, you get these extra benefits, right? As the Blue Bear, right? Stronger armor, more morale, blah 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 blah. And then you on the yellow side, like almost everything turns into a heal, which is cool. And then you also get something that allows for your bees to do even more as a Blue Bear. And then on yellow, you could use you get like a beehive to heal people or revive people in combat. You get like a battle res, which is really cool. But all of your abilities, like this is your damage ability, but it also heals a shit ton. 45-second cooldown, but it's a really big heal. This is like 2 spammable heals you have. Then you have your regular damage, but you use your bees to like lower the attack damage and the attack speed of the enemies and stuff. Yellow Bear is just way better. Red Bear is all about like the swipe damage from this. You get your crit chance. You get your actually like this is terrible. You don't even want to do this. But you can, I guess. Like bleed damage is fine, but it just kind of meh. And then you end up like skipping this whole row because this whole row sucks. This all sucks. You end up down here for more melee damage, and then you're trying to get down to here, but most of the stuff sucks because the problem with Red Bear is a lot of the skills want you to switch to human form to use certain skills, and then switch back to bear form, which is really obnoxious. And that also holds true with some of the other bear stuff, because like this, hardened heart, right? It's basically heart ability, which is a human only ability, unless you get an upgrade for it that allows you to use it in bear form, which is, I think, yellow form. It could be blue form. I don't remember. I think it's actually blue form. It might be this one. Um, but while this is active, it gives you more wrath, and then there's a way, like I said, to cast it while in bear form, and it really helps. Um, oh yeah. So I think it's here actually. It's in red form, but it's way down here. Or harden it becomes what composition or whatever self heal. You can't use it on allies anymore. It's just bear is really cool. It's really strong. It's just really awkward because of the way it wants you to swap. Also, you guys are probably in an ad, so I should probably shut up and wait for you to come out of the ad so we can chat. If you're not in an ad, Mana, let me know. I'll continue chatting. But I don't want to like have you miss the conversation. What were we doing again? I completely forgot what we were doing. Okay. Did we just do this quest? Assuming y'all are in an ad. Are you out of the ad? I was, yeah, I figured the ad started, that's why I stopped talking, so I was waiting for you to get out of the ad before I kept talking. So I was, yeah. I was just like, yeah, when you're out of the ad, let me know. But if obviously if you're in an ad, you can't tell me you're in an ad because you don't know I'm asking if you're in an ad. So I was just kind of waiting, you know, I don't know, talking to myself until then. I mean, it is what it is, Thor. Like, I don't mind either way. Like, majority of my revenue comes from ads. It does suck that some of you don't get ads purely for that reason, but I'm kind of glad you don't get ads either. Because, like, you guys are here all the time. I don't want you guys to be, you know, forced to have to sub to avoid ads or, you know, be stuck in ads like so much of the day. Kind of sucks. Man, are we out of the ad yet? Like I said, I was just waiting for your ad to finish before I continued talking. I saw the ad popped up while I was talking, so I tried to shut up and wait for the ad to end so I can continue talking. Unless you're already taking off for the day. Either way, it doesn't matter. If you're still here, I was gonna continue on with that conversation. Hopefully I'm not keeping you too long either. Like I said, I know how it can be when you raid, you don't want to like stick around for too long. Yoga studio meditation. What the fuck? Just blaring music? That's crazy. That's funny though. Wife's probably like, what the hell is he doing down there? Don't mind ads? Yeah, I know most people don't mind ads. It's just like some people are like, oh my god, another ad. Oh my god, another. And since I do have ads playing, I typically, anytime I see it pop up, I try to hold the conversation until I know the ad's over, and then I wait for everybody to come back, you know? But yeah, like I said, like I'm the kind of guy that I kind of give a little more information than it's ever asked. I believe wholeheartedly in like teaching someone to fish rather than giving them a fish kind of thing. Uh, and obviously I give a lot of unsolicited advice. So usually people just tell me to shut the fuck up at a certain point. Kind of odd. Bro, did you get the Venmo ad? You can Venmo this and you can Venmo that. You can Venmo this and you can Venmo that. It's like, oh my god, bro. I don't even use Venmo. I've never used it. Why the fuck do I have Venmo ads? Come on. Um, but yeah, basically all I was talking about before the ad happened was just the differences in blue bear, red bear, and yellow bear. And like why bear is just awkward, because a lot of times you have to swap between human form and regular and bear form to like really optimize it. Based off of the talent tree specifically. Like if you look at the talent tree, most of the stuff in the talent tree is like, oh, well, if you use serrated slash, it's like that's a human only form. It like gives you these buffs. So you have to like switch to human form to get the benefit from using serrated slash multiple times, to then switch back to bear form to take advantage of the serrated slash buff, to then swap it back, and just it's this back and forth weird thing, and I just don't abide by those rules in any way, shape, or form. The only other thing I would say that I really struggle at when it comes to a bear is the fact that you can't pick up like anything in bear form. So the one thing that really helped me when it came to playing a bear was I bound my bear button to my thumb on my mouse button. It helped a lot. So with bear, so when you're in bear form, this is your bear bar, right? And then this is your human bar above it. When you switch to human form, they swap. So your top bar becomes your bottom bar, which is now your main bar for your human bar, and then your bear bar becomes the top bar. So I have human form on the bear bar, and I have bear on my human form. So it's in the same spot with the same button. So all I have to do is hit the same button to swap between human and bear. And then I have this in the same spot on both because it it's my Wonderlust, so it's like shift in the same button, so I can just, it makes it easy because when you're running up to pick up an item or like interact with a quest item, you have to swap forms. And if you have to constantly like reach your finger across to swap forms, or you have to click on it every single time, it can just get really tedious when you're doing quests. So putting it on your thumb is really nice, or a really easy button to hit on like your other hand. Like that was a big game changer for me, especially like if you're a resource gatherer. So if you're like going to, like, you have to be in human form for this, right? So I have to change. I have to go to human form. Then I have to switch back to bear form. It can get really tedious really fast. That was like the biggest thing for me. But like I said, I highly, highly, highly recommend that he switches off of red bear as soon as possible. Um, because red bear is fine when you're in group play. And what I mean by group play is like a full 6-man party. Being a DPS red bear is perfectly acceptable and fine. If you have a healer and you have a tank in the group and your whole sole purpose is to do damage, red bear is completely fine. You should be playing red bear. But if you're playing as a duo or you're playing as solo, you honestly need to be in either blue or yellow. Like there's no survivability with red bear. You literally just die to regular mobs because they hit so hard and you have no type of healing sustain. Even if you, once again, like, let's say you're playing red bear and you pick up recoup like I did. Recouped helped a lot, but I still died because it's just not enough healing. You don't have enough like mitigation from armor and like damage reductions. You don't have enough total HP. You don't have enough increasements to healing or enough healing skills to keep yourself alive. It's like almost impossible. And when you get to the higher points. And I do agree with what you were saying earlier about like when you take a long break from something, 10 plus years, you come back to something, it is almost better most times to just start over to kind of get back in the swing of things. Like, because if you jump into like a game midway through where you don't even remember where you left off last time, it's been so long, you jump right into it, you're like, what was I doing last time I was logged into this? I don't even remember. Like, you're just trying to wing it. It can be really difficult to get back into it. But if you start over from scratch in the very beginning and going through the quest lines and you're reintroduced to the game slowly but surely, like, it makes it a lot easier to get back into it. I definitely agree with that. For sure. Isn't that Venmo commercial terrible, Giggle? I see it all the time. It's annoying as shit. All right, man. I appreciate you. Take it easy. Sorry, I was ranting. So you're probably already gone, but I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing your community on over. Hope you had a good time streaming and hanging out with us. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Have a good night. Sleep well. Talk to you later. Hopefully, maybe. Bye. Thank you. Lost in Moria. Oh yeah, that's what my title should be. Moria is a shit show. We're trying to 100% every zone as we go through it, or close to 100% every zone as we go through it, and it has been a chore. We've damn near completed all the deeds for all of Andor or whatever. That took us a while. And then we're on Moria, and Moria is just chewing us up and spitting us out. It literally just, it's such a drain, man. Moria is so large with so many different quests and so many different deeds. It kind of made me burn out, and I had to go play something else for a month. Bye, see ya.
Be wary, traveler. Orcs have come down from the mountains.
What business have you with the lord and lady?
Alright, so all that is done. Let's retract our nearbys down. Alright, so all that's done. Gotta head up there now. Alright. Time to get running. Don't have the fast travel. Probably should grab this horse though. I don't think I have this one. I have this one. I have the one inside. I have this one. Grab that. I mean, I might have this one. But no, definitely no, I don't have this one. I should have grabbed that one early. Oh, man. Oh. You can Venmo this, and you can Venmo that. It's catchy, but God, is it annoying. I can go that way. Try and see if I can go that way. Oh, what pic? Oh, did you send in a new picture? Wait, what happened?
What? You can't park your car here, ma'am.
Are you blind? I don't think you can park there.
I know I can't park there!
Oh.
Hey, you can't park here!
Fuck you, motherfucker!
Excuse me, mate. You can't park there, sir.
I know I can't park there.
Hey, watch out! If it's gonna blow, watch out!
Ma'am, you can't park your car here!
Are you serious?
You can't park that there, mate.
Fuck off! Excuse me, you can park here.
Yeah, you guys can't park here.
No shit, really?
You can't park there!
That's what I said.
Hey, you can't park there. Appreciate you, brother. You can't park there.
You guys, you can't park there. But you still can't park.
You can't park there. You can't park there. No. It's a park. You can't park there.
You can't park there, sir.
I know I can't park here.
That's actually really funny. What's even funnier is people get so pissed that they say that. Like, what's even crazier is the car that there's two of them. They both one ran into a pole, one ran into a tree. And our car is straight smoking, right? It's legitimately smoking, billowing smoke out of it. And she's on the phone standing right next to the car. And she's like, you need to watch out. You need to watch out. It's going to blow up. It's going to blow up. Bitch, why are you standing right next to it if it's going to blow up? Why are you telling me I need to move? How about you move away from your own car that's about to blow up? Like, what the fuck? Oh, I did say something about that. I said it was really funny about the whole toaster bath thing. I thought that was fucking hilarious. You did not hear me earlier when I said that? Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that shit was funny last night. I saw that shit, I was like, toaster bath? Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let's go. But that X video was pretty funny, not gonna lie. Can't park here. No fucking shit. People get so mad. It's pretty funny. Why can't I open that? Alright, let's grab this flash drive. That mirror, this game just look blurry right now. Like the zone I'm in is just fucking blurry. For like no apparent reason. It just looks awful. Post in Discord? What'd you play? What'd you post in Discord? I don't see anything. Ugh. You see it? Wait, what do you... Oh, I see it now. Wait, what? That's weird. It didn't even show me that it was there.
Car this weekend. You're a big enough schmuck to come to Big Bill Hell's Cars. Bad deals. Cars that break down. Thieves. If you think you're gonna find a bargain at Big Bill, you can kiss my ass. It's our belief that you're such a stupid motherfucker. You'll fall for this bullshit. Guaranteed. If you find a better deal, shove it up your ugly ass. You heard us right. Shove it up your ugly ass. Bring your tray. Bring your title. Bring your wife. We'll fuck her. That's right, we'll fuck your wife. Because at Big Bill Hell, you're fucked 6 ways from Sunday. Take a hike to Big Bill Hell, home of challenge pissing. That's right, challenge pissing. How does it work? If you can piss 6 feet in the air straight up and not get wet, you get no down payment. Don't wait. Don't delay. Don't fuck with us or we'll rip your nuts off. Only at Big Bill Hell. The only dealer that tells you to fuck off. Hurry up, asshole. This event ends the minute after you write us a check. And it better not bounce or you're a dead motherfucker. Go to hell. Big Bill Hell's Cars. Baltimore's filthiest and exclusive home of the meanest sons of bitches in the state of Maryland. Guaranteed.
What the fuck?
Starting to potty train?
Okay, I'm not one to really pay that much attention to like other YouTubes and stuff, but obviously ignore the ad. But what is this? Like, I don't know what Pirate Software is. I've seen his name pop up a few times, but supposedly he's like on a huge downward spiral of like losing lots of subs and followers and stuff or some shit. I don't fucking know like the whole thing or whatever, but like, I'm so confused. Like, I don't even know what he did. Like, I watch a little bit of EVE Online stuff, but I don't know. I'm at a complete loss. Like, there's so many videos on him. So it's just like, I don't understand why people are like harping on him so damn hard. Like, hey, everybody's entitled to their own opinions. Like, it was pretty funny, mate. Bring your wife, we'll fuck her too. It's like, what the fuck, bro? Oh, he's one of those, no matter what I say, I'm always right kind of people. Lovely. Yeah, I don't like those type of people. Yeah, I just was curious because, like, that title of that video was, like, something about EVE Online. I'm like, wait, what? What does EVE Online have to do with this person in any way, shape, or form? You know what I mean? Like, I was just confused. Yeah, Thor, I watched that YouTube video that mate just sent here. Let me see if I can see it again.
Fuck you.
No, it's not popping up on my feed on the side this time. But no, it was like one of those recommended videos on the side of my screen or whatever, you know? When I clicked on the video from Mate.
Fuck you, Baltimore. If you're
And it was something, someone made a video about the dude or whatever, and it involved something about EVE Online, so I was really confused and lost. Because I like EVE Online. EVE Online's a pretty fun game, like, if you can get into it. More like a job than it is a game, though. Which is why I don't really recommend it to people, like, ever. But I was just lost, because obviously I have no idea who the person is. I never watched them. I didn't even know they were a streamer. And I was just curious on what EVE Online had anything to do with this person. Like, what? And people are like harping on him so hard, like making so many videos about him and everything. I was just lost. I just brought it up and asked. And I was just honestly curious. Ugh. Ugh. Is it just okay? It's not just me though. This zone looks really like hazy and weird, doesn't it? Pandora's box, floodgates open and can't be closed. I know nothing about it. I kind of stay in my own bubble in this day and age. I don't really get into people's lives or follow people or, you know, keep up with like the trends, or I don't care about any of that shit. Like, ignorance is bliss, the way I like to think about it. It's just like every time I'm like on stream, or not stream, but like I'm on YouTube, I like look over at like recommended like other videos, and like for some reason he's always on there lately, and I'm just like why? Go away. Don't care. You know what I mean? Like, leave me the fuck alone. Oh my god. Music, bro. Like, I like how the boss is like, yeah, you just do it like this. That guy backflips. This guy's got a weird ass fire extinguisher. He's like, bitch, back up. I mean, I don't fault the other guy for trying to light it. He knew it was gonna go poof, right? Because there was so much gas. He let that bitch fucking gas up for a while. And obviously he's probably new to it. He didn't want to like catch his whole arm on fire. I get it. I understand. But bro, why did he do a backflip over the table when his boss fucking started it? Like, that's crazy. Like, yeah, jump a little bit because it might freak you out, but that seemed a little overkill, you know? And the guy grabbing the fire extinguisher. That was pretty funny. Like, that, you know, that guy's thinking ahead. He's like, all right, there's about to be a big ass puff of fire. Something might catch on fire. I'm gonna be ready. Like, that guy, he took safety course. You know, he took it seriously. He didn't sleep through the safety courses. You know, he was paying attention. He was taking notes. HR would be proud. Whoa. Oh. 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 What was she even doing? Okay, can anybody explain to me what this person is even doing? I'm gonna have to blow that out. But like, what is she even doing? Like, I'm confused. Like, what is she doing? Like, what is she doing? What is she doing? Yeah, but like in the video, her sword isn't solid, right? She has a very flimsy sword. Like, you can tell it by watching it. The sword's bending. It's like the handle was bending while she was like squatting down, right? Like you can see it. Like, you see how the handle's bending, and then as it goes further, like the handle's bending, the tip is bending, the whole thing is bending. Like, what? Why is she like? She's like squatting down. She's flat. It's so funny. But yeah, you see how she's like squatting down? She's like getting closer to the ground. She has this red smoke. Like, I don't understand what she's trying to do in the video. That's what I'm confused on. And then the mirror is just like, yeah, bro, I got other plans for your ass. Like, what the? It was so good. So good. Like, I agree. Like, the more I watch it, the funnier it is. But I agree. I think she was trying to take like maybe a selfie or get a picture to put as like a thumbnail or something. But the problem is like, if you look at it, it doesn't make any sense, because if she takes a screenshot and her handle is bent or her sword is like squished or misformed or whatever, like, that's a really bad cosplay like thumbnail picture, right? Unless you're intentionally trying to make a bad one. So I feel like no matter what she was doing there, she was gonna have to retake a picture or redo it or something, because it just wasn't working. Whatever she was doing. Yeah, that's a funny one though. You know, it reminds me of almost over is the instant karma videos, where someone's like flicking you off and driving next to you like an idiot on the highway, and then out of nowhere they just slam into a wall divider. Like, one of those instant karma things. That's what popped into my head instantly. It's like, oh, I'm trying to be all sexy and cool and take this cool picture, and then whack, fucking mirror has other plans, bitch. Okay. Once again, let me backtrack what I just said. I'm not calling her a bitch, right? I'm not saying she's a bitch in any shape or form. Like, take the bitch as like just a generic term of just like the mirror being mean, right? Like, that shit is funny. This challenge, if you could piss 6 feet in the air straight up and not get wet, I'm thinking to myself, like, that ain't possible. Obviously, that's the intent behind the saying, but I'm just like, who the fuck can piss 6 feet in the air? First off, like, could you literally lay on your back and piss 6 feet straight up? We're ignoring the part of not getting wet at this point. We're just saying, can you even pee 6 feet into the air? I highly doubt it. That is some fucking strength. That is some fucking bladder strength beyond belief. That's some craziness. Oh, we gotta sing to some saplings? Wait, where are these saplings? Sapling, where art thou? Sapling? Maybe not. These are red berry bushes. Oh, where are the saplings at? Yeah, that shit was funny though, Topher. Thank you for that. That was pretty fucking good. Oh, we had to sing to this, I think. Maybe not. That shit's funny. Yeah, I felt weird about saying bitch in that sentence, so that's why I had to clarify that I wasn't specifically calling her a bitch or anything. I was just like a term of reference, you know. Just so people don't get pissed that I said the word bitch in relation to a video of a woman. just so we're all fucking clear here. I don't need anybody pissed off at me and fucking ranting and raving about me online. Oh my god, he's sexist. He's fucking calling women bitches. Oh, I'm not. Jesus Christ. Alright. I need to figure out Malbellethal sapling. I don't know what that is. Mothball. Mothball sapling. Let's go.
Welcome to the Golden Wood. Hail, stranger. If you are rested, I have a request of you.
Chalk and red berries again. Okay. Go up here first. We're making some pretty good progress on the quests, at least. Quests have never really been a problem for us, though.
It is most strange to see you here. Has Eriador been made safe already?
Alright. Drink is done. Oh. I think these quests are like daily quests that I'm getting done. Like this one here. Yeah, repeatable quest. So I'll finish it one more time, but I have to opt out of it for Over sent me another one. Over, what do you keep sending me? What's this one? Oh,
Holy shit! Holy shit!
Yep, that would be me, bro. 1000%. That would, no, thank you. Alright, that kid is never gonna like clowns for the rest of their life. Oh, the last one was so good. The last one was so good. He screams at them, they scream, and he screams back. He's like, oh, ha! Bro, some of them were so funny. The one girl looked like she almost went into a seizure. She fell back hard. I like the one guy's though. He had like the hat and the glasses, his hands were in the pocket or whatever. That one was pretty funny because he almost fell on his ass, like almost fell straight back, but he like caught himself and he was like all arched backwards and he started walking away. He's like, fuck that shit. Like, oh man. That was pretty good. Oh yeah,
Somebody help!
this one's good. Instant karma! Got him! Wait a second. It's over.
Nope.
I wish I could show you the thumbnail for this. I didn't pause it in time. But this is what came on right after. Funny and hilarious people life 169. It's literally like the thumbnail was like a girl with like a bikini on with like a big ass bulge in her crotch. And then this is what it goes right into. What the fuck? Wait, did I lose rep for killing that? Oh shit. Why was it attacking me if I'm gonna lose rep? Like, that's bullshit. Oh, this is where I have to sing to the saplings? Okay. Where are the saplings at? Where are the damn saplings at? Something about saplings and bit? Okay, that worked. Okay. Don't know where these saplings are, so we're just taking a guess. Or do we have to sing the same one multiple times, maybe? Maybe not. Oh, I'm so fucking lost. Okay, I got another one. Okay. This is an annoying quest. Every once in a while you run into one of these really stupid quests that don't really tell you where it's at or anything, give you any directions. Kind of like running around hoping for the best. Oh. Okay, so we got 3. Maybe we have to do them in a specific order. Because those were the same three that I... Because there was 4 saplings before. But I already went up to that tree and tried to sing to that one. It didn't let me. But it did that time, so... We did that one up there. Oh, here's... Yeah, it has to be in order, I guess. That's really annoying. Okay. And down here. Wait, what's the wild video? Oh, where I paused it? Yeah, that was pretty funny. That's a weird looking frisbee. Wait, why would you... Why would you throw your What the fuck was that? Why would you throw your frisbee, like, off the ledge like that? What is flying past them? What is that? It looks like an arrow. It almost looks like an arrow, bro. Huh. I mean, it's not, but like that's what it like initially when it flew by. I was like, "Fuck!" Someone just randomly shoot an arrow into the air. That's kind of crazy. But my first, like, literally, I watched that video. I'm not even paying attention to the thing flying across the screen like that. I'm literally like, why is she throwing, or he, or whatever they were? I didn't even have the sound on, so I have no idea. Why are they throwing a frisbee on a hill like that for their dog? Like, you're asking for your dog to tumble down that hill and break their leg. Like, what is your problem? Like, you dumb? Alright, we need to cover seed. How do we recover seeds? Yeah, some people are not very smart. Like, you would think Darwinism would have weeded them out long ago. Okay, seriously, stop moving so I can see if... Okay. Back this thing? Oh my god, what is that long ass post you just posted? Oh my god, really? Pokemon Farm? What it looked like, unless I read that wrong. Taken care of. Oh man. Yeah, you can. People should only do so much internet a day. I'm sorry. It should only be so much allotted internet time. I want to rewind it.
Remember, it takes two people to destroy a relationship. So it's not just her fault. It's also her mother's.
Michael, no.
Pro-marriage tip. Remember, it takes two people to destroy a relationship. So it's not just her fault. It's also her mother's.
Michael, no.
Look at that, just like, no. That's good. You out, Tover? I mean, Thor, I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Have a good night. I'll talk to you later, man. I appreciate you. Wait, what have you been playing? I forgot what you were playing. Sorry, my bad. But have a good night. I appreciate you. Talk to you later. See you later. And, yeah, Tover, I appreciate you. Get some sleep. I'll talk to you later as well. We'll be around here. Something. Oh, yeah, Jurassic World. I forgot. Yeah. I never really got super far into the game. I played it a little bit, and it was cool. Just never really understood the idea of like how to complete it, so I just kind of stopped playing it for a little while. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I like the idea of like building the park and things like that. Well, I appreciate you both. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Sleep well. Talk to you guys later. Hit me up in the Discord if you need me in the meantime. Bro, I can't wait for the newest movie to come out. I mean, it might already be out, but I want to be able to watch it. That shit should be good. I love the Jurassic Park movies.
I would be delighted if you were to join us. Are you ready to go?
Though the memory be now dim, of old, elves and dwarves were close in friendship. Legolas of Mirkwood and Gimli the dwarf, through shared hardship, have rekindled the old bonds. Even now they look.
Yeah, we got Legolas in the group. Let's go. Yeah, man, I like the Jurassic Park movies a lot. Kind of my cup of tea, you know. Grew up on them when I was younger and stuff. And they've gotten a little out of hand, kind of like the Fast and Furious movies. But I think they're still pretty good. Look, we got a dwarf too, Gimli. Like I said, they've gotten a little out of hand in like the way that they've like progressed it. Like it went from just like, oh, it was on the island and it was a park and it went bad to oh, it's on a different island and it's still bad, and then it went even further and it was like, oh, we're gonna bring them off the island. Oh, but we're gonna put them back on the island, but we want to take them off the island. Like now they're in the open world and people are crazy. It's just yeah, this one supposedly is like on a new island that's always been there with all the dangerous shit that was deemed too dangerous for the other park. That's crazy. That should be cool. Because the second park, it already had some crazy dinos on it, right? And then when they brought it in and they were genetically hybriding, changing things, and they had a bunch of shit on the in that one Redead park, some of the big ones and stuff. Right, those ones are crazy, right? And then these ones being even more dangerous. That's gonna be hectic. But like I said, it's kind of like the Fast and Furious problem. Like they try to one up each movie. Each movie they try to do something even crazier, and there's only so far you can go with that. Like they fought a tank, they fought a fucking submarine, they went to space. Like, bro, where are you gonna go from there? You gonna go to the moon now? Like, shit, you basically did that in the previous one. So like, you gotta up the ante even further. You can't just go to the moon. Yeah, yeah, I saw the trailer for it. That's about all I saw. I don't know much about it, other than it's like dangerous ass fucking dinos from like one of the other islands that's not been explored yet or some shit. Ugh. Come on, hurry up. This way, please. Through the trees. Let's go. Let's formal talking. Come on. Let's just sum this shit up. Hey, go beat this guy's ass. Just tell me whose ass I gotta beat. Yeah, I'm in the same boat, mate. Did I ever show you the list of stuff that I have recorded on my YouTube TV? So this is my YouTube TV, right? I have almost 1,700 recordings. I mean, that's TV shows and movies. I have nothing purchased, but it's just literally TV shows and movies. Like, I have so many movies. And this doesn't even count like for animes and stuff that I watch via Crunchyroll, right? Like, it's just crazy. Alright, it goes. I'm only on ease. It's nuts. And that's just the movies. And granted, a lot of those recordings might be a little inflated because I don't know if it counts every episode, which I highly doubt. Counted every episode because some of my shows are like 13 seasons long. So yeah, it's not the episodes 1700, but 1700 different recordings. And don't get me wrong, some of those recordings are kind of fluffed in a way of like, keep this. They're a little fluffed, and what I mean by that is like it what do you call it? It's in there to be recorded, but I don't have the like the current channel for it. Like I don't have HBO for some of the HBO recordings. I don't have Stars for some of the Stars ones and so on. But also some of them haven't played in so long. It is tagged as a recording, but it's empty. Right. So whenever it does eventually play again, it will record it, but it currently is just a placeholder. Like I said, some of it's fluff, but most of it is not. There's also some TV shows that kind of annoy me because I have it set to record a show or whatever, and it only has like seasons like 2 and on, and it's missing season 1, so I can't even watch it because I need to find season 1. Or it only has like season 7, but I haven't seen season 5, kind of thing. You know what I mean? So I have to like find the ones that I'm missing and things like that, and like that's kind of a little annoying, but usually I work around it best I can. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, so we got one. Where's this? Oh, we got something. Do this one. Is this? We gotta talk to some. But yeah, it's not that I'm like a super fan of like these movies or these genres or like franchises or anything. It's just I'm a big fan of just experience things, right? I want to watch a movie just to watch a movie, right? I don't want to like, oh, I heard this was good, so I'm gonna watch it, or someone told me I should watch it, so I'm gonna watch it. I just want to watch things and make up my own mind and experience it. Like, how am I gonna know if I like something unless I experience it? And you don't know what you don't know. Yeah, same thing with animes. I watch animes even if I don't think I'm gonna like them, just to experience it, you know? Like, for example, Rent a Girlfriend, I 1000% thought I would hate that anime. And low key, I kind of like it. It's different. It's not in my normal wheelhouse of animes I would like, but it's also not super, like, girly, kind of just, drama, relationship is esque kind of just bullshit. It's actually pretty interesting. Like, there's a lot of, like, friendship stuff. There's a lot of just relatable and like interesting like things that are happening in it, and it's just an overall pretty well done anime. Because if you can relate to the show or the movie or whatever it is you're watching, it makes it infinitely more enjoyable to watch because you can actually put yourself in that position, in that situation, and understand it and relate to it. That's that anime that 100% hits it right on the money. Need to make some room here. Here, we'll head down. Got it all the way down. Tended to run down there and horseback. I should do that. I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I think we run down and then we horseback up. That way I have all the horse things. Hopefully it'll let me horseback up there. Oh man. Are you out of that ad, mate? Oh, he wasn't in one? Oh, okay. Yeah, so the only thing I would say that's like somewhat different from like the stuff that you said you watch and like what I watch is I don't read comic books or mangas or anything like that. Purely just because like I'm not a big reader, right? I watch everything, which is why it's like all video based. Because like I at least listen to it if I'm not watching it. Because like there's some like animes that don't interest me a lot, but I'll just listen to them instead of watching them. I put them on the other screen and I just kind of play video games or I work while I listen to it. But yeah, that's like the only difference. Is like comic books. I never really got into those. So.
Greetings. If you have a moment, I have need of your assistance.
Welcome to Lorien. May I have a word with you?
I had begun to wonder if you would not wish to be part of the first crossing.
Finish banquet preparation. I didn't see anything up there. Trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go. It says meditate or whatever at the peaceful glade. See something called peaceful.
which we must be prepared.
That's what I was looking for.
Greetings to you.
Okay. Gather grapes. Yes. Yo, what up, Skills? How's life, man? Appreciate you. How you doing today?
What business have you with the lord and lady?
Okay. Okay. So this is okay. Let's undo that one. That one's just gonna keep like throwing us off. Then wants to go up here. I'll be grabbing logs too. My problem is like I want to do profession stuff, but it takes so much time to grab all the materials to do the preparations. Oh, this is what you were talking about before. Okay, so we're gonna actually hide that one for a bit. I don't want to go to Mirkwood yet. This is where you said you were at, right? You said you were at Mirkwood. I did went to bed though. Talking about he's sleeping. So far so good, you know. Life's life. Uh, today's a little bit better, you know. We're playing something we're not dreading, even though the server's like really laggy right now. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm stuttering like crazy right now. Yeah, we're having a good time. We're enjoying, you know, our day and doing stuff and things. That's going pretty well. So it wants us to light lanterns, but I don't know how. Because I feel like these are the lanterns it wants us to light, but how do we light them? Something here? Hmm. I'll wait for nightfall, then light the lanterns. Okay, so we can't do that one yet. So let's head down here. Do this. Wait for it to get nighttime. I don't know how long it's gonna be though. Is this is morning? Maybe we just missed. Kind of sucks. Oh man. Bum, bum, bum. What do we gotta do? Bring the water back to. Why does everybody and their mother want to fight me? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, we still gotta hit this. Got so many quests to hit. Ugh. Didn't realize we were. But alright, so that's taken care of. There's something in. Finish banquet preparations. Alright, yes, we still have more banquet preparations. I don't know what that keeps talking about. Alright. Then we have to collect bear meat, it looks like. Which I think is to the west. And then the lantern. Wanted to hide. Alright. So yeah, there's that. What that one is. Talk to so and so on the. We can do that when we come back. Okay, let's go do the bear really quick. Gotta come back anyway. And I don't remember this one. A Taste of War. It's not the guy to send us to Merc. I mean, we could talk to that guy. I mean, it might not send us to Merc. But I just want to remember to do it later. Probably could have took the horse halfway. But whatever. So anyway, skills. Have you ever been a Ragnarok Online fan? Sorry, I was just like spur of the moment, just kind of popped in my head. Um, have you ever had the inkling to want to play it again? Like in the more recent years? Reason I ask is because they are working on Ragnarok Online 3. Oh.
Rev up your Sans cash. So like this was the original game, right? Now they're upgrading the graphics, keeping the game kind of the core, but like they're upgrading the graphics, they're upgrading the engine, but they're kind of keeping the game kind of same. And if they do it well and they keep it kind of in its core the same as RO original, like with this style, but they just upgrade all the graphics to like kind of more 64-bit, and the UI is a little bit more customizable, the screen's a little bit better, you can zoom in and out a lot better. And if everything is just done better and smoother with like slightly more graphic, better palettes, I think it'll be great. So this is what we're all looking forward. Well, not all, but this is what a lot of people are looking forward to from the old days. is remaking, like they're remaking this. It's gonna be, hopefully will be fucking awesome. But this is what I was just kind of curious on. That's the boss. That's crazy. I wonder if it's gonna be ASD dead. Looks like it is. Not 100%. Yeah. Anyway, here to ask. I don't know when it's coming out, but it should be good. That's what we're hoping for, at least. I mean, Fiesta doesn't sound familiar. Fiesta Online. Yeah, I don't remember that one. Actually, on Steam, which is kind of hilarious. Yeah, I don't remember this game. Oh, I know. Well, you got to think about it. Like, that was on Steam back from 2008 release date. Like, if you think about it, like, RuneScape's way older. WoW's older. Lotro's older. You know, Ragnarok Online is older. What we've talked about it before is like a lot of the good games, a lot of the games people are like backtracking to play nowadays are these older games. These games that are 15 plus years old. And it's not because they're like better than the new games. It's purely because they've had a lot of time to cook and to add content and to polish, and even like in the sense of like Ragnarok Online, for example, like it's not even polished. It's not even got a lot added to it or changed or modified or whatever. It's just it was a good game from back in the day that people still like playing because it just it had this, you know, grindability to it that they just liked. Just the way the game is played, the way it was designed, the way it just runs, it just people like it. Same thing with like some of those other older games that people play still to this day. Like some people just have that niche of a game that they just can't kick, you know? Chinese mythology? I don't know. Can't think of a game that falls into that category if I'm being honest. I mean, I played a lot of games. Like Conqueror was one, and then I never really got into that one. I wanted to though. But there was Conqueror, there was Silk Road, there was Cabal. Like there was a bunch of them that I tried back in the day. Never really got super into. Uh, bro, how old was I in 2008? Was that 20? I was 20 or in my 20s, about to be 20. I don't know, somewhere around 20. Yeah, I was out of high school. I can tell you that for sure. Was out of high school.
What news from abroad? The Lord and Lady have need of your services.
I'm gonna go defeat wizards. That's crazy to think about, though. It was around my high school era back then. Jeez, that's crazy. When I was playing like Counter-Strike, Condition Zero, 1.6, World of Warcraft, like RuneScape. I was playing all of those games. Jade Dynasty. Remember that one. But I was kind of immersed in, like I said, my game. What you're thinking of? I mean, it looks kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. Like, think about that. Like 2008, this would have been cool. This would have been sick. Like, obviously, if it looked like that, it'd be even thicker. But that's pretty dope. Wait, World of Jade Dynasty. Wait, what? Is it still a thing?
Life moves pretty fast, but not at
I
Freddy's.
want to mute this.
When that first bite hits, you can't help but slow down.
World of Jade Dynasty is a new open world MMORPG that had a soft launch in Taiwan and C early June. And what I mean soft launch,
World
like a
of
beta launch, we get to
Jade
keep everything, so
Dynasty is
basically
new?
a proper launch of the game. And it's in this video, and you make an account. The game is actually in a different language, and the
Wait, what? Hold on a second. Find a new game to play? Did we find a new game to play? Hold on a second. Can I play it? Like, I didn't want to watch his video because it had so many ads in it. He had like an ad like every 10 seconds. Oh my god, go away, Safe Farm. I just want to see what the game looks like. Alright, no ads. Yo, this looks fire. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to read anything it's saying because it's not an American, but what the fuck does this have to do with anything? Let's back to the gameplay. Yo, what the fuck? Launched in China on December of last year. South Asia and Taiwan servers launched June 5th. As an open beta, no official, no wipes, blah blah blah. Making an official release with those regions. Will it not come to the US? Bro, will it not come to the US? Do I have to play it in like Taiwan servers? Yo, I'll do it. Yo, Skills, can you look into this for me? Can you help a brother out? Find some info on that? Yo, that game looks fire. I don't care if I can't read what's going on. Like, the combat looks sick. Yeah, that's fine. That looks sick. Ooh, Valorant game, let's go. You know, do what you gotta do. I'm not gonna hold you back. I was just curious. That does look cool. Like I like the graphically, it looks cool. The combat looks smooth and kind of very I want to say graphic-y. I mean, that's not really what I'm looking for, but it looked very pleasant. Like the movement and the aesthetics and like the flashiness and stuff, it all looked pretty solid. I'd be down to give it a shot at least, bare minimum. As long as I don't have to download some like weird third-party program, weird shit to play it, like don't have to like be on a VPN or anything. Like if I could just make an account and play on their servers, even though I'm in an NA, I'm down.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
All right, let me go get some water. Oh, I'll be right back. Oh, thanks for the hydrate, mate. Appreciate it. See, that's what I was asking for the other day. I was like, bro, does anybody know of any games that are like kind of newer that we haven't played before? Something to just pass some time, get us into something new. You know, just get us out of our funk. That game looks fire. Like I said, I do have other games I do want to jump into eventually. Like we do have Final Fantasy 14. I eventually want to dive into head first and grind the shit out of. I do want to still give Albion a small chance, right? Just a little toe in the water, you know. Not expecting much out of that one. And ESO. I do have those three still on the chopping block that I still want to get into, right? But I really want something just new and fresh, something that I don't have on the chopping block ready to go already, you know? Nighttime? Noons. Oh, so we'll go turn this in. Oh, well, I'd have to. I mean, we do have a bunch more quests to do down here because I saw there was a bunch more things further in that I hadn't picked up yet. Bro, my finger is fucking killing me today. So I don't know if I told you guys, but the other day, you know, me and the wife, we bought a screen door, like a storm door, right? To basically go, you know, in front of the main door, you know, kind of prevent snow from building up on it, from bugs like, you know, making webs and stuff on the door, or, you know, just in general, just keep the doorway kind of clear and safe and have like a double barrier kind of thing for the door. So we did that. Um, and the door we got had basically the way it worked is normally how they work, like the doors, right? You either you have one of a few options. You have one where it will you have to take the entire piece of glass out, right? To have like you just literally pick up the glass and you take it off the door, right? That's one. The other one is it's like a sliding glass that goes up and down, and then the screen is always there, right? So you always have a what are we doing up here? So you always have like a screen always in place that you have to look out even when the glass is there, and vice versa. The glass is there, and the you know, like a two-part thing. Like you always have one or the other or both. Anyway, so the one we had that we got actually a retractable screen, which what it does is when we pull the glass down to let air in or whatever the fuck we want to do with it, right? It the screen comes down while to replace where the glass is. So it's kind of like all in one. Or as you pull the glass to allow for screen to be there. The screen replaces where the glass was as you pull it down. So you pull it down as far as you want. But anyway, to simplify purposes of the story, the second we pulled down that glass to test it, the fucking screen shredded into a trillion pieces. That is at level 7. Oh, look at. Oh, that's why we moved into a new zone. Go back this way. Anyway, so yeah, it broke the second we tried to use it. Just really obnoxious. So we ended up having to call the company and let them know, hey, we just installed this door. We pulled the glass down to test it, and the screen is already broken. So like, all right, well, we'll send you out a new screen. It's like, okay, well, who's gonna install the screen then? Oh, it's self-install. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. Like, yeah, we'll send you instructions so you could install it yourself. Like, well, that's fucking horseshit, but sure, okay. We'll make it work, right? Bro, I was so pissed trying to install this fucking screen today. I was fucking pissed. So I start reading the instructions. The instructions are just fucking terrible. Like, they basically did tell you what to do in the instructions. Like, I'm not gonna lie, the instructions told you what to do, but it didn't make a whole lot of sense reading it and looking at what I was looking at, right? The images versus the what it was saying, like, none of it really clicked. So she called them, explained to them, hey, these instructions don't make any sense. Like, can you help us out in some way, shape, or form? Either give us new instructions, or can we get someone to come out, or someone explain it to us. So they explained it to us over the phone. They did like a video call with us, and they walked us through it step by step, and that was pretty cool. I was not expecting that, but this lady barely spoke English, so it was really hard to communicate with her, and she was really trying. Like, I have no. Like, she did a good job of doing her damnedest to try to convey the information as best as she could, the limited language that she had, and she had a bad accent, so it was really hard to understand her. And I would ask a question, and she couldn't really answer my questions, which was really pissing me off, right? Anyway, so we get to a point where she's like, all right, unscrew that. So I unscrewed it, and she's like, all right, now you gotta pull these out. And I'm pulling, and I'm pulling, and I'm pulling, and I'm fucking pulling. And it is not budging. I'm like, this is not working. She's like, all right, hold on. So she puts me on hold. I guess she goes and talks to somebody. I think what she did is she went onto the warehouse floor and pulled out one of the doors that they had and tested it herself to see how to do it. And she's like, yeah, I just tried it myself, and yeah, you just pull it straight out to you. I'm like, I am pulling. I don't think you understand how hard I am pulling. She's like, well, try the pliers. So grab it with a pair of pliers and pull it out. And when I'm telling you I'm fucking pulling, mate, and skills, I mean, I'm fucking all of my body weight, all of my strength, and I am jerking back as hard as I possibly can to try and yank this fucking thing out of the door. I'm trying my fucking hardest. And I let go of the pliers, and it's bent and it's ripped and it's just dented and just it's fucked up, the piece is. And I'm like, well, that's ruined. Cool, thanks. But I can't get it out. So and I finally get pissed. I'm like, you know what, at this point, fuck it. I'm gonna pull as hard as I possibly can, and if I break the door, I break the fucking door. So I yank literally as fucking hard as I possibly can. I finally get the corner to come out. And I'm like, oh my god, it fucking came out. Thank fucking god. So I am putting all of my might, all of my weight, and I finally get one of them out. Like, oh my fucking god. So then I get the other one out, and they're both bent and like crazy ass figurated, just heaps of mess of me yanking these fucking things out. She's like, okay, well, now that that's out, you got to take this out or whatever. And I'm like, okay. You got to remove the rivet. I'm like, how do you want me to remove the rivet? She's like, you just pull it out. I'm like, you can't pull a rivet out. She's like, oh, well, use a drill. I'm like, so okay, so now you want me to go grab a drill and you want me to drill out this rivet. Okay, this is getting fucking complicated. So I go and drill this rivet out, right? And, you know, whatever. I'm doing whatever I gotta do. And she's like, all right, now you gotta just pull that down. I'm like, pull what down? You're not explaining anything, lady. What am I pulling down? She's like, you gotta pull the screen thing down. I'm like, she called it like the screen latch or whatever. I'm like, I don't know what a screen latch is. Talk to me like I'm an idiot, please. Like, so finally, like, I figure out what she's telling me to do. So, you know, I pull it, I get it apart, the top part pops out, whatever. And then I'm like, all right, so we got the old screen out, we put the new screen in, and it was crazy. So it's literally a wound up screen, right? That has a little like piece across the bottom of the screen that attaches to the top of the window. So when you pull the window down, it pulls the screen down with it, right? So it like kind of latches to it. I'm like, all right, well, so I put it into the top. In the top, it fits in the top, but it's weird because the screen is rotated about 90 degrees. So on the left side of the top, it fits flush. But as you go across, it starts to twist, and the flat flush part is now at the top pointing towards me. Instead of pointing up and down, it's pointing front and back on the right side. I'm like, is this supposed to be flush over here and completely opposite over here? She's like, oh, you're gonna have to pull that down later. I'm like, huh? Okay. So on the up and down part, it has this little gray notch that's pointing downward. It's like an open hole. And then the thing I ripped out and almost broke the door putting out, she wanted me to put the new one in. And I'm like, okay, how do I put it in? She's like, you got to make sure that goes there and this goes there. I'm like, okay, so it goes like this. She's like, no, it goes in the other way. I'm like, so over here? She's like, no. I'm like, you said this thing goes here and this goes here, so that means it goes here. She's like, yes. I'm like, that's not what you just said. So I'm getting pissed at this point, right? And then I'm like, okay, well, where does the top slide into this gray slat? He's like, oh, it just slides on in. Okay, that's a very non-answer answer. So I just fucking try to put it in. I put it in. 15 minutes later, I'm still shoving this thing, and I cannot get it to go into the door. I finally get pissed, and I just start punching it. And it finally snaps into place. And I finally get it in place, and then I look up at the top, and the thing that was flat up and down is now like 45-degree angle, not doing, like, it's all jacked up. And I'm like, where does that go? She's like, oh, it's supposed to go in, it's supposed to slide into the thing you just put in there. I was like, that's what I fucking asked you before I put this thing in there. She's like, oh, just pull it out and redo it. I'm like, I can't pull it out! Oh, bro, I was getting fucking mad. Oh my god. So I get pissed and I start bending things, and I finally get it to pop into place where it needed to be without taking it out. And I literally gashed my finger on this piece of wood. I'm literally missing like a good like quarter-inch deep, like maybe a quarter-inch long chunk out of my finger right now. Like right where it meets my nail, right where that cuticle is, I'm just missing a chunk of skin. I was bleeding fucking everywhere. I was fucking fuming. Like I said, it wasn't per se her fault, right? It's just she couldn't relay the information in a like a kind of like easy to digest, structured way. You know what I mean? Like I'd ask a simple question, but she couldn't come up with the way to like tell me the answer in her words. So it was hard for her. And like I said, I don't blame her. She did a good job of doing what she could, but it was just very difficult. And then at the end, after we finally got it in, I was like, all right, we're good. I'm good. We're done. She's like, okay, is there anything else I can help you with? I was like, I don't know. Can you get me some health insurance for all these cuts and all this bloodiness I got everywhere from fucking installing this stupid screen that's supposed to be a easy self-install? Like, what the fuck? This is not easy. It's not self. This is bullshit. Like, I'm so sorry for the inconvenience. I'm like, no. I don't care if you're sorry. It's not your fault. Like, this bullshit. Fucking bullshit, bro. I was so mad. Oh. It was so dumb. Yeah, that was my experience today. I had to do that, and then I mowed the lawn again. We got the lawn mowed. Ugh. And the dog got a bath and went to the vet and stuff. Had a kind of a relatively long day. I honestly I didn't even get to bed till like 2:30 in the afternoon, and I had a sneaking suspicion that I wasn't gonna be able to sleep very well, because I laid down at like 2:15 and got to sleep around probably around 2:30. I woke up at 3:30, then I woke up at 4:30. I was like, fuck, this is just gonna be a bad day, isn't it? And then I finally fell asleep at 4:30, and I woke up at like almost 8 o'clock, and I was like, oh, thank God. I think most of my land ranks are around 8 to 9 right now, but I don't have that many plots of land. I really should work on gem farming so I can buy some more plots of land and stuff, but I think I have the first bottom row all the way across unlocked, and I have 2 on the second rank or second row. That's all the lands that I have right now. But yesterday we just finished 1,000 of the pineapples. So we moved on. We're moving on to limes today. So when I log in today, I should have limes, and then we're going to keep limes until we finish all the upgrades for limes. And then once the upgrades are all done, then we'll keep 1,000 of them and move on to the next one. And then the next one will be more upgrades, unlocks, and then once those are done, rinse and repeat. We'll get the unlocks done, and then 1,000, and then unlocks done, and then 1,000, unlocks done, and 1,000. Hopefully we'll get all of the basic seed done, and I think once all the basic seed upgrades are done, and we have 1,000 of each, we'll probably do a bean reset, upgrade some night stuff, and then go back through and 1K all the basic seeds, and then move on to the tier 2 seed. I think that's my plan so far. Probably not the best plan, but that's just the plan I'm going with. I don't care how efficient it is. I don't know what my farming level actually is. I've never paid attention to it. Here, let's take a look. I'll pull up on idle toolbox. 65? Roughly? Not too bad, but not great. Yeah, so everybody's like roughly 65. I just find it funny that I have characters that have like 0 levels and stuff. Like level 10 mining. Right? Like level 13 fishing. Like almost everybody has level 1 cooking, right? Like some people have like this guy. Like obviously I leveled him up a bunch. But like this guy, 110 mining, but he's only got 30 fishing and 67 trapping and or where's his catching? Where's catching? Wood cutting, 15, 2 catching. You see what I'm saying? Like some of these people just don't have any levels in certain things. I've just never like level 1 catching. I need to eventually just do it. Yeah, I need to work on that really bad. I know. Some of that stuff I've completely neglected. And it's because like if they didn't specialize in it, I didn't worry about leveling it up because I wasn't going to be printing it on them. I wasn't going to be doing anything on it, but leveling it up at a certain point, like now they can level it pretty fast. With all the buffs and benefits I have, they could easily level it up to like level 75, 100 or whatever, just to put the tools on to get all the stat bonuses, right? That's kind of like what I'm shooting for is I need to do it just to get their stats on their tools. Obviously, pushing it further for skill mastery would be helpful as well. So, but I think my next goal is going to be doing the kettle stuff. I need a croc farm. Like I also need a cheese ore farm for what's it called scarfs. Because that's something I've never done on my account. Like if you look at my characters here, let me pull it back up. Right, so if you look at characters and we look at equipment, right? So if you look, like this guy doesn't even have an amulet, right? This guy's wearing the tarantula. This guy's wearing the carrot. This guy has a basic scarf. He's got the mob respawn. This thing. I have 2 of these, I guess. I didn't know that, but I guess I have 2 of these. And then he's got the polished bludgeon. Like, see what I mean? I don't have anything good. And even rings wise, like people are still rocking the World 1 boss rings, right? I have stupid shit, bro. Like I've not changed gear in so long. This is the only opal I have. This guy doesn't even have rings. Right? Like I really need to work on gear. But as you can tell, I finally got magma weapons on everybody. I think I was working towards Kruk weapons, and I stopped because I needed a bunch of stuff, but I needed keys, so I started farming keys. But the key farm kind of turned into my Blood Berserker doing the billion kill count. We did the billion kill on like trimmers, and then he did the billion kill on like moles and then the crawlers. So he did those. So he was getting keys doing that, and then I just kind of backtracked him all the way through World 5, and I stopped doing the key farm, right? So that's what he was doing, and I need to move somebody else over there to key farm so I can keep getting more keys because I needed keys to be able to farm Kruk to get. Obviously, I need the wings for the armor guy, which wasn't even my goal, was to get the wings. But it was I needed all like the Kruk drops, like the teeth and stuff like that, so I could actually just make the gear. Because not only I didn't even look at the armors yet, I was just looking at the weapons, and just to make the weapons, I think I needed a bunch of teeth and stuff, and other item drops. So that's kind of like what I was working towards, and then I put it on hold. Because like I said, I have all the magma weapons, and I have all of the troll armors, and I think I have all the materials to make magma armor. I just haven't done the magma armor yet. Because, like I said, I think I needed a couple of things from Kruk to do it as well. I don't remember what magma takes. Hold on. So the magma armor do I click it to like? Isn't there a way it shows you the whole set? Anyway, so like for example, like I need Dreadleo bars, right? So this one's not too bad. The dust mites are easy. Dreadleo bars, I think I needed to. I was waiting on Dreadleo bars to cook in my furnace. I think that's kind of like the consensus here is Dreadleo bars. Yeah, Dreadleo bars, right? Like, I think that's what it boiled down to is I needed Dreadleo bars for these. And if I need, 10 of everything, right, that means I need 12 million orange slices. Not too bad. 10 million cheesies, 9 million, those, 800,000 of these or whatever. And then I need 2,500, so it's 37, 47, 53, so 73,000? No, is it 73,000? Yeah, 73,000 Dreadleo bars. Not hard. But 73,000 Dreadleo bars. Gonna take a hot minute, right? And then we also wanted to look like we were working on like we already made these actually. But like if we wanted to go with the tools, it's even more, right? And then when we were looking at Kruk, because I'm pretty sure I did make a Kruk helmet. I think I have a Kruk helmet for my one guy. Like there's so many tooths and cavities, right? Like what? Hold on. I think my V-Man. Yeah, he has the Kruk helmet, right? He doesn't have anything else. So okay. So if we're looking at it, so we have this helmet technically. So we were able to like make that. But then like the chest piece, I didn't have enough teeth to make the chest piece, right? That's even more teeth. And even more teeth. So I don't know if it's the teeth that we're having a problem, but I knew I needed a ton of teeth to make these. I think what we ran into is I couldn't make the full magma set to upgrade to Kruk. That's kind of where we ran into our problem. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, that's kind of like where we got stuck, right? Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't know that you could do that under tools for the item planner. That's pretty sick. Yeah, that's pretty sick. Yeah, I prioritize weapons over armor because I think the armor is helpful, but it wasn't really what I was shooting for, if I'm being honest. All right, so we're getting close to being able to do this one. It's 4:20 in the morning, or I mean, it says it's afternoon. I don't know, 4:20 in the morning. It's actually my time. So we'll head over here. We'll get ready for the night. We'll do the lanterns. We'll finish up another one of these quests because we're trying to do the banquet ones. Like, so if we do the lanterns, it should finish both of these quests. And then we could head up because we have like a bunch of miscellaneous like stopping points. Could help quite a bit to finish a lot of these quests. Do we go up and then maybe we just go up and come back down when it's nighttime, so we don't have to sit here for like an hour waiting. But yeah, so that's kind of like what I want to work towards, mate. Is getting magma gear across the board. It's just I don't know how my Dreadleo bars are coming along, if I'm being honest. Because I only have one thing of Dreadleo bars in, I think. What are the banks? What are we gonna do here? Patrol the banks. Oh, that's kind of cool. And then it'll give you like an output of a number of what you're looking for. It's like, hey, you need 10,000 of these, 50,000 of these, 10 million of these. That's pretty cool. So it kind of does the math for you and the effort. That's pretty cool. I like that. Does it check your storage to tell you if you have enough of the material you're looking for? Because that would be a really cool feature. Like you put in the item that you're looking to make and how many you want to make, and it tells you, hey, this is how much you need, this is how much you have. That'd be really cool. It does? Okay, that's pretty sick. I do like that. Alright, so the bank quest is done. But yeah, I'll put a little effort into that today at the end of stream. Not a lot because we get off at 5. I gotta go soak the dog food, and then I gotta do a quick little workout, and you know, then I get back on the computer. I might have like 30 minutes. So sometimes I get about an hour, but sometimes it's only like 15, 20 minutes. So we'll do that, and then maybe we'll get a little bit of. We'll at least be able to claim our Omni procs and clear out our AFK gains and stuff like that, and push that stuff. We might not be able to craft a whole lot. Ooh, sorry. I'm still trying to play catch up on the armor smith, right? Because right now I think we're on Illustrious. Or did we push? We might have finished Lustrous, or we were trying to finish Lustrous. One or the other. I think we were on Lustrous to finish that one because we did the Cheese Ore one. Um. Yeah, I don't remember which one we left off on with the armor guy. That in toolbox. Armor smith. All right. Yes. Okay. So we're on. Yeah, we're on Lustrous right now. The Lustrous will give us 75% more damage. Probably just a little small additive. And then we got to do Diabolical after that. I don't remember where we left off with the Lustrous set. I don't remember what we were missing. But that's what we're working towards right now. And at that point, we're pretty solid, right? Because we have all of this done. So once we get Lustrous and Diabolical done, we're just left with like the gear we're trying to make anyway, right? So we already have the troll sets to push to Magma, and then that's huge because everybody gets Magma anyway to push to Kruk. And then that'll get us this one, and then once we push everybody to Kruk, we'll have this one done. Now, my curious question, mate. Actually, you're about to hit an ad. Let me know when you're back from the ad, or if you have an ad, I'll let you know once it says it starts for me. Just in case you get an ad or not. But look, my curious question is like, do I need to have multiple sets for multiple characters, right? Because I remember like each set has its like its own benefit or reason to use it or whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? So my question is, do I have to have like a Crux set, Marby set, and the other set for like every character? Or can I just put everybody in the highest tier set, but then have like an interchangeable like Crux set, an interchangeable like Magma set, interchangeable like uh the other set, whatever, not the Marby, but the other one, whatever, maybe Marby, I don't know, whatever the non-max one. Let me pull it. So my question is, do I put everybody in the Emperor set whenever that comes out or whatever, and then just have a God Shard set, Marby set, Crux set, and Mage set set aside in my bank, so if someone does need it for a specific reason, I have it available, or is it not worth it? Yeah, you're not okay. Yeah, it kind of started a little. Bum 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 bum. Dum 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 dum.
May the stars of Elbereth shine upon you. Greetings. If you have a moment, I have need of your assistance.
So these I'm gonna get rid of because like I don't need to keep doing repeatable. I'm gonna check though because this is a repeatable. I don't need repeatables. Repeatables are just stupid. Um. Actually, we're gonna get rid of that one too. I don't really give a shit. Like, even though I've already completed it, I don't really care. But it's a repeatable. Alright, so let's track all nearby. Set this way. Did we get rid of all the repeatables at least? Holy shit, Moria quest, bro. Yo, Stat, what's going on? Are you an ad? No, oh, you put ad and then that's what I was curious. Welcome in, man. I appreciate you stopping on in. How you doing? Appreciate you stopping on in. Hope all is well with you. Thank you, thank you. We're gonna get try going this. Oh, how to test that? Gotcha, gotcha. And how's life? I said thanks for stopping on in and hanging out with us.
May the stars of Elbereth shine upon you.
Alright, so that's done there. I'm gonna head over here to do the meditation. Back anyway. Oh, yeah, because we gotta head. We gotta go boom, 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 and then head across towards night. Well, we got about 30 minutes left in us, guys. And then we'll be calling it a night so I can go get the workout in. And soak the dog's food and everything. Do some morning chores. Made some good progress though. We moved from here all the way through down to here. We've done a lot of quests over here. We haven't done much up here. I don't know if there's any. Got like basically a full level. We finished our last level and we're halfway through this level. Doing pretty good there. A couple deeds done while we're at it. So
Welcome to the Golden Wood.
but once we're finished with all the quests and push this to the next zone, we'll look back at the deeds, trying to finish up any that are easy to do. Some of them we're gonna hold off on though, because we got to come back when we're higher level anyway to do quests or to do dungeons. The dungeons will complete some of like our Slayer, um, needs and stuff, so I'm not super worried. Huh. Yes. Oh, okay, right next.
May the stars of Elbereth shine upon you. Welcome to Lorien. May I have a word with you?
So confused. Where? Just meditate. There we go. Look. I hate it when it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You're downloading it? Let's go! Scales, you gotta tell me. Is it good? Oh, like I said, like mainly I'm kind of curious, like, does it involve us having to use VPNs? Are we allowed to play it as, you know, NA kind of thing? Like, is it against the TOS to play it from North America kind of thing is what I'm getting at. Jump through any hoops? Do we have to like do anything crazy? That kind of nonsense goes. I don't know why that's not. All right. All right. So it's weird that the client would be, or the launcher would be in English. A little weird, right? Okay, so we are gonna get rid of this. So all of these came back. Okay. We have to collect blossoms and the other thing. Yeah, we'll see. Just let me know. Like I said, I'm kind of curious because it looked cool, but it might play look really terrible, right? So, kind of like got to figure it out by trying it. I'm just kind of curious of like, you know, because you know how some games like they only release in certain regions and like you're not allowed to play it from other regions unless you use a VPN. And then like I'm not all about the whole VPN life, man. Like that feels like really scummy. Like technically, like if they find out you're VPNing, sometimes they'll ban you because they don't, you know, you're not allowed to play their game because it's not released in your region. Um, but just kind of worried that's the case. Oh yeah, why would the client be in English? Like, that's just weird, right? Like if the game is released in like China and Taiwan and stuff like that, why would it be in English? That's just weird, right? Is that just me? Or is that actually weird? I mean, okay, so I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say if they have a drop down for English, I wonder if A, it's to be all inclusive to people that might live on that side of the world that might be English speakers, right? Or B, they intend for it to be played by North America. They just don't have any North American servers yet. So they're not opposed to us playing it, kind of thing. Those are the two things that I can think of. Obviously, you know, I'm a little biased, so I'm seeing what I want to see, kind of, probably, but that's how I feel about it, at least. I don't think I'm completely wrong in thinking that. Probably somewhere in that ballpark. It's like, I feel like if you make a game and you only release it on that side of the world, that there's no reason to give you a English version, like a drop down to select English version, if you don't intend for Americans to play it. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel about it.
What brings you to Lothlorien? Will you aid the Galathrim? The Lord and Lady have need of your services. The Galathrim will need your aid.
$18 gigs, bro. What the fuck? That's small. I mean, it is a new game, so maybe they just don't have a lot of content yet. But that seems really small. Like really small. Like low key. Like how big is Eidolon? Okay, not even a gig. Eidolon's tiny. And it's only a fourth of a gig. And you're saying an MMO is only 18 gigs? Seems really small. Granted, 18 gigs is kind of large in general, but
The orcs of Moria stir, and shadows creep up from the depths.
what kind of quests are these?
The Galathrim will need your aid.
These do have quests. I didn't think about doing these. Didn't think that. I thought they were part of. I thought they were part of the camp here. That was my mistake. Alright, so what do we got going on? Alright, make sure we don't have. Some of these might turn into. Yeah, that is true. Like, the download is all compressed files, and then once it's compressed, you open the launcher, right? And the launcher decompresses the files, and you know what I mean? Because that way the download is faster, it doesn't take as long, and the install is like an added step, yes. But I'd rather it install faster because it's working off of my computer rather than the bottleneck of the internet and the server that it's pulling data from. So that's a better way to do it. Compress the files, make people download compressed files, and then have the client decompress and install the game that way. It's much better, I think. Yeah, so what I was wondering, mate, you kind of answered it, but I want to elaborate a little bit more. Is should I just make the best armor set for every character and then have a secondary quote unquote one set of those other ones just sitting in the bank and put it on characters as they need it, kind of thing? Because you like kind of like what you said, that only specific characters want Crux specifically, but I wasn't sure. Motherfucker, dude. The fucking climbing in this game is it's just like I don't know which characters those are obviously off the top of my head, but at the end of the day, would it just be easy just to have a set just sitting in there? If they need it, they can swap in for it. I do know in some situations it's like, all right, well, doing this, I want to have this armor, but if I'm doing this, I want to have this armor. I know that there is that kind of thing. with some of the characters and some of the aspects of like farming and stuff. Like you want a different set for different things. So that's why I was curious, because I remember someone making a comment on a stream one time. Might have been Llama, honestly. They made a comment like, "Man, now I gotta make every character has to have like 3 sets of gear on them at all times." It's like, oh, this is bullshit. And I was like, wait, what? How did I hit that 3 sets of gear? And then I, obviously I thought about it. I was like, oh, because each set has its own like buffs and benefits, like different stat priorities and stuff. So it makes sense. Like if you're looking for drop rate, you put drop rate gear on. If you're looking for mob respawn, for you're getting like kills per hour or whatever, it makes sense. Or like stat percents or whatever the fuck the other ones are. Like, yeah, each one could be beneficial in its own way depending on what you're trying to get done. Like that makes sense to me. I get that. So that's why I was like curious, like which one would be the best way to go about it.
What business have you with the Lord and Lady?
I'm sorry. Did you need something?
What news from abroad? Tarry a moment and speak with me.
You know what? I'm just gonna... Yeah, I mean it is really annoying having to swap them and like put different ones on for different reasons and stuff. I can see that being a real annoyance, but isn't that kind of the goal of the game, is to min max when you're doing stuff to get the best benefits? So like it gives it that effort, right? That people are looking for from an easy game. Gives them that efficiency effort that they're looking for a lot of times, right? So I can understand it, but I do see how him adding the smithy guy was his way of kind of simplifying it for the masses, but still leaving it available for the hardcore like tryhards, right? So the tryhard, super efficient, min-maxing kind of guys still have the availability to make multiple sets to get the best bang for their buck out of everything. But majority of the players won't care enough to do it. So they get slight increasements because of the smithy itself. And they don't care to take it a step any further after that, At least how I saw it. I think I have to kill that. I don't really want to kill it though. Let's kill this instead. Oh, it does say protected dude. Okay. I don't want to kill protected dude. It reduces my rep. Look, I don't want to reduce my rep. That's bullshit. Yeah, and like me, I'm pretty lazy. So I'll somewhat adhere to the min-maxy rules ish kind of. But at the end of the day, like if it's too tedious, too annoying, I'd rather just fuck that nonsense. I'll do my best, but I ain't gonna fucking worry if I fuck something up, So putting everybody to highest gear set is like obviously acceptable. That's what we're gonna be doing. And I'll have one of each set sitting in the bank. So if in any case I do need to like pull it for a specific reason, I can. but the odds of me pulling it out are pretty slim. I might do it here and there, but maybe not always. Alright, so it's dusk. I don't know if dusk works, but we'll head over here. Turn this in. I do have stuff to do. Yeah, I mean, it's too much to ask me to HP snapshot or anything like that when it comes to like, you know what I mean, like mining prints and things like that. That's fuck that nonsense, man. I am not trying to invest into deodorant. You know what I mean? Like, leave me the fuck alone. That's too much. Like, I don't mind somewhat min-maxing by like changing out prayers or, you know, occasionally changing out prayers or cards or card sets, right? Like the simple stuff. But I'm not gonna sit there. I'm not gonna like, all right, I have one setup for this setup, and then I swap out all my foods and all of my gear. Because now we got the HP snapshot completed, so now we'll go and do this, and then we'll swap to this set. So we keep the HP snapshot, and then move over and do this. And like, no, man, no, too much. All right, how do I? This is bullshit. Where do I take this? What's it called? No arrow. All the way up the fucking hill. Hopefully we have enough time now that we just wasted like. We gotta go all the way the fuck up here. Ugh. Alright, I think once we run up here with this arrow thing, it's gonna take us a hot minute. I'll probably call it a night up here. Oh, we might have fucked this up already. We already waited a while to get moving because I had no idea what it was doing. I don't know if we can get up this way. I don't know if we can cross the water. That's like a really big water thing. Yeah, I think we're kind of cooked. Yeah, I'm gonna be working all weekend. Oh, what? We found Floyd? That's a random time to find him. Yeah, because the problem is I was gonna cross here, and it doesn't look like I can get up there. I don't know if we can get up there in time. We can't cross here. I think we're kind of cooked. Oh, we broke it anyway. Okay. We'll go back. Now that we know what we're doing. Yeah, I was not expecting that shit. We don't have these to do up here anyway, so that's what I was saying. Like, we'll go up, we'll turn this one in, and then we'll be able to, next time we come play, we'll be able to walk our way down. We want to turn this one quest in here that I was trying to turn in the whole time. Locked. Okay, really quick. Minus 700 rep. Wait, why are we getting so much bad rep? Bullshit, bro. Instead of going up this time, we'll go down across the river. All right, what do we get though? Got this. The will thing. But yeah, man, skills I'll be working. So if you need me or you want to hit me up in the Discord, just at me. But yeah, if it's legal and not against TOS or whatnot to play that game, I'll be down to download it this weekend. I won't play it per se. I would like to experience it on stream, but I'll have to look into it myself to verify that yeah, I am allowed to play it. As long as I can't find anything that says I can't, then I'll definitely give it a shot on stream. Might not be for a little while, right? Because I'm gonna probably play this until the next game comes out. I don't know. I know there's a Path of Exiles 2 patch coming out at the end of the month, but I think there's something else coming out soon too. I'm looking forward to playing. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but but I need to make some progress on my Lotro for sure. Yeah, I'm just gonna finish this quest up for the night though, and then once this quest is done, we'll call it. I wonder when the release date of I don't think there's any information on when Ragnarok 3 will be. I got a character right now. Let's go. Yeah, I need to look into it. What do you mean keep 2 sets of weapons, mate? Which weapon do I need to keep? Like, do I not want just the latest and greatest weapon? Because I know like I said, each set has its own like specialty, right? Between all stat, mod respawn, drop rate, things like that. So do I need like one of each weapon as well? Not just one of each set? So I need like one of each like Kruk weapon, I need one of each Marby weapon, one of each, you know, uh, God Shard weapon. That's fucked. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of fucked. That's a lot of stuff to hold on to. Alright, we're gonna jump out of here, guys. It's like like, does it play like a mobile skills? Because it looked solid. Like graphically and like cosmetically, it looked solid. Don't know exactly how solid it really is, but it looked pretty solid. Ugh. Ugh. Before we get out of here, we're gonna start on this a little bit. Like I said, I do just want to go to bed, but or get ready for bed. But does it move weird? Like, is the movement and like the combat kind of just clunky and janky? Like, because when you say it's just like a mobile, like that throws up a bunch of red flags to me as like, well, what exactly of it feels like a mobile, right? Because is it like all the microtransactions and stuff that are like being thrown in your face? Is it the movement? Is it the combat? Is it the like the way that the abilities can be automated? Like there's so many things that go into that. Oh, so it has like the directionals and all the abilities just on the right side. I wonder if there's a setting you can turn that off because they could have started it on mobile and ported it over and they just never removed it. Totally possible. So you just get Kruk and then you get the highest? Okay. You don't the Kruk for everybody and highest for everybody. You don't worry about the rest in between. At least not to hold on to. It's not too bad then. I thought I was gonna need to have like one of each of all four of them, and that would have sucked. Turn-based combat? Bro, that's not what it looked like! Oh, that makes me sad. I mean, I'm not opposed to turn-based combat, don't get me wrong, but it looked like it was like free open action like combat, you know? Like, bro, the bait and switch. Like when you see those like commercials for like, hey, you see this game, the zombie survivor game, where you can do this, this, and this? Like, dude, that looks sick, right? And you open the game and it's nothing like that. That fucking bait and switch, man. It's like Raid. Oh, bro, you just. Oh, That's terrible. I'm so sad. Alright, this is a hilarious mask, and I kind of want to put it on somebody. Who do we put it on? Put it on this guy? That's hilarious, man. I'm really sad now, Skills. Yeah, but I mean, like, the combat kind of looked like it was supposed to be fluid and, like, actiony, right? Where you had to, like, turn your camera to, like, pan towards a mob that's moving around the screen and stuff. Not like this, hey, turn-based, okay, turn on the auto button, automatically cast this skill when it's my turn next. Like, not what I was looking for. I'm a little sad about it. Not gonna lie. Alright, so that's taken care of. Lock the lines. Oh, we hit 66 farming level though. Let's go. Yeah, like rank 7, so you cross here. Rank 8, rank 7, rank 9s. So we're doing okay in land. Now we gotta we're gonna farm these. We're gonna farm these lemons to keep this upgraded. Oh, I'm so sad. So sad. Alright, I wanna see what we're missing for lustrous. Where's the lustrous? Where did I pull it out on? Because why is there gold time? Where's my lustrous? Alright, I pulled out all the gear yesterday on somebody, and I don't know who I pulled it out on. Shit. Who did I pull it out on? Pull it out on this guy? Oh, I did. Alright. So we had the helmet, boots, weapon. Just needed the pants. I think it was void pants. Alright. Go back to this guy. I have no idea what my Omni procs were on that guy, so we're just gonna go and take a quick game. What proc, if anything. I am pretty stoked that we're about to hit 300 on this boat. Farming 120, insane. I don't know if I hate that idea skills or if I like that. That's like raid combat, you know? I don't know how I feel about it, if I'm being totally honest. But I don't think it completely ruins it either. Oh yeah, because I needed these. Okay, that's what we were stuck on. We were stuck on the purple. We got these. We needed this, and I think we needed the green, right? That's what we're stuck on. Okay. Oh, it was the bars. Alright, so we got the full lustrous. I'll put these back. Alright, boom. Lustrous is officially done. And then tools was, we have these out. Because I'm assuming the next one is the diabolical. We're gonna need all this stuff to make it. You're playing the wrong game! Yeah, what was it called? World of Jade Dynasty. Yeah, it's called World of Jade Dynasty. New Fantasy. Oh, yeah, World of Jade Dynasty. Official release date for World of Jade Dynasty was December of last year. This marks the global launch of the game for PC. So it does say global launch. And then here's the this is the one you were playing, New Fantasy official website, right? That's one I clicked on as well. But that one is different than World Dynasty. This kind of shiny. Okay, okay. I don't even see a website for it. Is this it? The lagofast.com blog, download and play? Oh, is it dead end afterwards? Okay, thanks, mate. In this guide, you will show you exactly how to download the game from the official website, register with real name verification, what the fuck, and continue past level 24. What the fuck? That sounds complicated. Lago Fast Mobile Booster. What? In the App Store or Google Play? Bro, what? Kills is already hurt my soul, man. That I don't think we're doing this. If I have to literally do this, like I have to download this Google thing on Google Play or whatever, and then I have to scan the following QR code, which I refuse to scan QR codes because those things can bypass all sorts of securities and passwords and shit. Then I have to click download and install a launcher, and then after that start the game and then switch. That's too much. All right, mate. I appreciate you. Take it easy. Have a good day. I hope you had a good time, and yeah, I'll catch you later, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, it says there's a global release for PC with potential expansions for other platforms. But why is this something about mobile launcher for it? Like what? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how you delete it or you download it. All right, Diabolical. All right, so I think this is what was holding us back before. Starfire bars. We have plenty of Nolos, but Starfire bars. We only have 100 and something K of those. But I mean, we can make one set probably. Okay, so we got those. We need the blobfish. I can barely hold any. That's lovely. I can't even hold enough blobfish on this character. Hold on. I mean, I could if I had more inventory space, but I need to make a bigger carry bag really quick. Already in use, what? I already have the biggest bag? What? How can I barely carry any fish then? Only hold 200,000. I hold 200,000. But it's somehow only 12,000. Oh, these are traps. Oh, it's the wrong one. That's why. Oh, yeah. This one. Okay. 900,000. I don't think I can hold 900,000. Alright, hold on. Let's just put all this away really quick. Can we hold 900,000 blobfish? Alright, I think we can, because I think it just... Oh, no, I can only hold half that. Okay, so we can't do the biggest one yet. Well, not the biggest, but close to it. Do we have honkers? 100k honkers? We do. Alright. That should get us started. Then we'll make the biggest one really quick. So you need to have a sub to play it. Kind of sucks. All right. So that's fixed. All right. Let's go back, pull out all this stuff. So we got, and then we got the full set. All right. What do we need now? All right. Back to what we're doing. Diabolical. We need blobs, starfire, and nolos. So get our nolos. Get our starfire bars. Get blobfish. All right. Helmet is crafted. All right. Chest piece. We need cube log. I don't know how much we need. Oh, okay. Fury, fiery, whatever. Where? Okay. Oh, okay. And then we need mana res. Oh, okay. And then we need 10 voodoo fit. A little more expensive. Then we need. Okay, this one's pearls and mana res. I don't have many pearls. Need to go farm those. Okay. Make one. We have this one. Don't need to. Okay. So we can put back in this. Put that back. Done that. Okay. Boom! Diabolical is gone. Let's go. Okay, Dynasty Reborn. I haven't seen that one yet either. So, I mean, the other game looked cool though. Even if it was like a members only, right? Like it was members only, yeah, it kind of sucks, but I get it. I mean, this game, like, I'm watching a little video on it. All I see is this guy spinning in circles and attacking things, and he's just doing the same ability over and over again, just spinning in circles. Kind of looks like it's got like a gotcha system. It looks cool though. Doesn't look particularly bad. I don't know what all would entail, but as long as it's not like a members only kind of game and we have to pay for it. Down to try something. I do like the aesthetics and the clothing and stuff like that. I like those types of games. Yeah, so you get to play it for free for 10 hours and then decide if you want to pay for it or not. How much is the sub? Like, I don't trust a game like that personally, but I'm just kind of curious how much they're charging for the subs for a game like that. $5. That's actually not a bad price. Not bad. I mean, the game looked good. I mean, it just really depends on how well the game plays if it would be even worth $5. All right. So the question is, now that we have Diabolical done, we got 2 more armors done. We need to do Secret and Magma. So Magma's the next set. I think Magma is what we put on hold, but I definitely want to do it now. So Magma. This one we could probably do, but we need to see how much Dreadleos we have. That was what we needed to check earlier. We have plenty of Dreadleos. Okay, so I think we can easily. Let me put this away. Oh, I need to put. That in there, we can, yeah, we can make the magma helmet. All right, chest piece is, so let us hop again. All right, so we need Dreadleo. Pull it 2 just in case. We needed mob mats, right? It was the World 5 mob mats. I think it was these. It was 900. All right, chest piece is mid. Okay. Okay. Okay, what was the legs are 1,000,000 cheesy crumbs. Those cheesy crumbs? That was only 9? I thought I clicked. Okay, pants are mid. Boots, 1.2 million slices. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12. Boom. Then we got Krakens. Okay. Then scarabs? Do we even have scarabs? I don't know if I've actually farmed scarabs before. Oh, I do. Okay. I don't remember farming those. Boom. Okay. Put those away. Oh, I need a weapon. Hamsters and dandelion. Is it? Okay. Bro, I need a 65. I'm currently 61. Okay. So, good thing I have the spare. Put that on. We need 3 tools. Ooh, okay. You know what we'll do? We'll come here. We will do some catching here. So with that in mind, guys, we're just gonna hang out here for a minute. I'm gonna get off the stream. Oh, I call it a night, but I'm gonna move this guy around and get him to a spot where he can AFK some catching, and then we're gonna AFK something else. Get another thing because you gotta do 3 tools now. So I gotta AFK something else to like level 70 or something. I'm trying to think. We could do mining. Mining would be a really easy one. I'm not opposed to that. That's probably what I'll end up doing. I'll just do mining, max it out. But anyway, I'm gonna call it a night here. I was just about to say that, yeah. So if any of you want to join the Discord and haven't joined the Discord or whatever, feel free. Ask, don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever need any help, ever want to share something, show something off, help somebody else out, chime in with any questions or whatever, feel free to add me anytime. Yeah, just join. Just don't be a dick. And if you ever want to check out any of the VODs, check out the About Me. VOD link is down there. Check it out anytime. I'd appreciate it. You'd help me out with that. And then yeah, the next stream will be Monday night, Tuesday morning. So I'm gonna be working Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'll be back Monday and then Tuesday. We'll be back. We'll be doing some more Lotro for a little while. I think we'll be doing Lotro until PoE 2 comes out down here. So it'll be a couple weeks of Lotro, and then we'll play PoE 2 for a little while. And then we might jump into a new game after that instead of back into Lotro. Just to try something new out and see how things go. But anyway, with that in mind, guys, I will talk to you guys later. I am going to get out of here. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully we'll see you on Monday. And if you need me in the meantime, hit me in the Discord. As always, I appreciate you. Take it easy. Talk to you guys later. Bye, 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 bye. See ya.